started streaming. I've always wondered whether I should do an intro screen like some streamers do, where they say starting the stream in 30 minutes. I don't have a problem with them doing that sort of thing, and that's what I do at lunchtime anyway to keep the stream going, but I don't know about an intro stream. Okay, so here is what I'm going to start with, because today is still going to be, oh whoops, I knew I forgot to do something. Okay, well it's too late for that now. Oh well, and this has been done. Okay, so yeah, there's a couple things I want to do. I wanted to look into Twitch Whispers issue, and let's also take a look at, I'm doing an interlude this week. I'll just say that we last updated this now because we did. Hey Echo, how's it going? All right, let's start with the monetization document. That's something that has been just sitting around for a while. So let's take a look at this right now. It is this. Okay, so what you can buy, no longer would you be able to buy that. All right, so additional bot bays, nope. So bot bays, and then this doesn't really need to be a bulleted list any longer. A random collection of items that, I guess let's just write it this way. Is it stars around it, or is it 2 stars around it? I don't know. Let's just build this and find out. No, that's italics. That's bold. Okay, so salvage packs. Salvage packs are random collections of items that you use for bots. Random collections, salvage packs contain some of the items below. And then I just need to do that. That way it turns back into a bulleted list. Hey, Joyce Beast. No, one new bot bay needs to be done away with. Great. Yeah, sounds good. You actually wouldn't get lasers, but this is a decent enough explanation. So this was last updated on, oops. Okay. When designing a monetization for Botland, we had 2 things in mind. Shouldn't be able to play. Should not be required to pay real life money to be competitive at Botland. Shouldn't be able to. There's only one thing. There's only one right now. Planning on only having one thing be purchasable. Salvage packs. Salvage packs contain, yeah. Hey Orange, hey Doosin. Alright, I'm doing a little bit of administrative work. I tend to do this in the mornings, and today I guess is no exception. I'm just updating a document that I'm going to put online, which, let me open FileZilla while I'm at it. And then one of the things I wanted to look into was why Twitch Whispers seem to be broken, and if there's anything I can do to fix it. Because I don't like it. I think it's deteriorating some of the quality of my stream. Salvage packs contain some combination of the items below. Bot coin, in-game currency, hardware, and cosmetics. Yep, cool. Okay, yeah, I think this is good. So I will upload this. Let's do that. Monetization.html. So where's the original monetization? It's in share with others. Okay, that helps me because I otherwise would not know where to put this. And yeah, there it is. Okay, so I'll just overwrite this, and as soon as I do that, it should be good for everybody to view. All right, let's type that into chat. Monetization. There we go. And it's already online. Cool. All right, so that's been done. That was a minor thing I just wanted to take care of. So that's finished. Let's check that in. Oh, not to, oh, darn it. Okay, well, I guess we could check that in here. Updated the monetization web page so that it no longer mentions bot plays. Passkey, no. That shouldn't have happened. I usually set this stuff up in the morning and I didn't today. Okay, cool. So looking at Twitch Whispers issue, I don't know if this is something that they've... Twitch Whispers not working. They had this known issues thing. This is what I looked at yesterday. Hey Moose, how's it going? Sending and receiving. Small portion of text is cut off. Do not appears. And sending whispers from pop-out chat. Okay, how about this? How about everyone's gonna get a kick out of this thing. Let's search for giveaway. There it is. And then in the giveaway, we will say lucky person name. We'll just always return me. So now the giveaways are definitely rigged. And if I run a giveaway, oh my god, I won. Wow. Good job, Adam. All right. So let's see if that worked. Because I did not get a whisper from anybody. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys what's showing up in my chat log over here. This. So timestamps are not important, but this is saying whisper me. You will be given a link to control my lights in the next few minutes. I did not ever get that whisper. I wonder if I can even whisper botland bot anything. Test. Does it get that information? Yeah, private message from Adam. So, alright, problem, I am not getting whispers from Botland Bot. I wonder if Botland Bot was muted or something. In fact, yeah, that's... Okay, yeah. Problem, I'm not getting whispers from Botland Bot. So there are actually two problems here. Well, that's really just one problem, I guess. But I'm not getting them, and then Botlad is not getting whispers from Botland Bot. So essentially, for all I know, there's a question: can Botland Bot send whispers to anyone? I'm pretty sure there's a way to test this out. There is whisper mode. Okay, let's turn that on. So you can see this here. Oh wait, that's not how you turn it on, is it? Toggle whisper mode. I don't. Did it work? Can I type points now? No, actually yes I can. It did work. Whisper mode has been enabled. Wow. So here's what's showing up in my log. So yeah, it's trying to whisper me and I just can't see it, as evidenced by this. Unless it's showing up in whispers somewhere. Maybe I need to turn off. Very strange. Can someone else... Would someone else mind typing points and telling me if Botland Bot whispers you? Because I can see what is attempting to go out here. So if anyone were to do this... Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. You can see it is whispering, and same thing with Moose. But who knows? Yeah, nothing happened. And Orange Ray did it too. So if no one got this, and that means Botland Bot is not sending whispers. And Botland Bot is done with Phantom Bot. Oh, that's probably the problem. Darn it. It probably is just Botland Bot isn't sending whispers. Uh, okay, great. Well, that at least lets me know this is almost definitely me. Okay, so answer, nope. So first of all, let's toggle this again in case you guys actually want to know your points. Now it should just broadcast them to everybody. Yeah. Okay. And hey, Oscar. Okay, so yeah, I've got to fix this. So my hypothesis is that Phantom Bot doesn't use the new AWS mode. And that's almost definitely the case with the current Phantom Bot. But the new Phantom Bot, I bet, does not have this problem. So let's take a look at their source code. Where's their GitHub? Why is it always so hard to find this stuff? GitHub, come on. Did I put it in here? Aha! Doesn't exist anymore. Interesting. Okay, let's do this then. Site github.com. PhantomBot web panel. This isn't it, right? I went to weird. What was I on? Glorious Egg Roll. I'll put this up back on the other monitor. Alright. Well, let's just look up AWS. Oh wait, it says something here about this. Complete overhaul. Okay. Let's, I guess, paste this in here then. Yeah, let me search for AWS in this code base. Nope. Doesn't exist in code, at the very least. Does this also contain, let's see, source, I guess it's here, JavaScript source. Yeah, this is where it is. Huh. So, okay, they connect via something else right now. Granted, a lot of this stuff was updated 2 days ago. Panel updates. The issue that I have with this is that if I upgrade to Phantom Bot, it would probably take a very long time, and this is based on their knowledge that they have here. If you hit change log, and then, oh, what version am I even on? Something old. 1661. So I believe it's this. Yeah. When you make this version change everything other than, wait, what? When you make this version change, oh, there should be, yeah. Everything other than your points, times, and custom commands will be deleted. So first of all, that's a little worrisome, in that I've got to save everything and then re-input it into the bot. Then they also said this may take quite some time for large channels. My channel is not really large, I'd say, but the number of viewers that I've had this here, almost every single one of them is stored in the database for like anything. And I can even show you this. So if I go into the database and I just type, like, let's go into time, for example. So take a look at this. This is just an alphabetically sorted list of every single person to have ever visited my channel and the amount of time that they've been there for. And it's actually 16,500 people, which is kind of strange that I'm missing 12,000. But maybe it's that they didn't stay for long enough. There was a bug in the bot or something like that. Which, by the way, this is how you get the top 75 for time. And interestingly enough, I believe this is in number of seconds. So yeah, people who stayed for less than a minute wouldn't be tracked. So there's apparently a lot of those people. And there are a lot of people who stayed for just 1 minute. Anyway, there you have it. So yeah, I don't think this is something I should be doing on stream. It's recommended to make sure you have plenty of time. Yeah. Okay, I'll have to do this at some point. So or I could test it out without actually using the new bot yet. I believe whispers are broken on Twitch because I'm using an old version of Phantom Bot. Upgrading will apparently take a long time. Yeah, and in my experience, it's taken me about 2 hours to get everything back to the point where I want it to be. So maybe I spend time doing that tonight, I don't know. But I guess that's done. Then finally, in case you guys are curious what this image is, I pasted it in chat, but I will also show it here. I just saw this on Reddit yesterday. I thought it was interesting, because this is kind of what I've been talking about a lot. Don't think about what can happen in a month. Don't think about what can happen in a year. Just focus on the 24 hours in front of you and do what you can to get closer to where you want to be. That's pretty good. Okay, so let's get back to this. Today is all about getting this tool deployed. Let's close out of this stuff. Actually, it's not true that all whispers don't work. Some whispers work. I wonder if it has to do with the whispers beta. It may have to do with the whispers beta. I should likely upgrade anyway. Alright. So integrate Dropbox is done. Let's start the deploy process. This, like I said, it'll probably take at least a few hours, but once it's done, every time after that should take like 10 seconds. So make sure Cosmetics Combiner's source folder is deployed. Make sure the Sprite tool is deployed as well. Okay, so let's go into Cosmetics Webpack. What's this doing? Now this won't work that way. I gotta go into the gulp file and do this. So I have all of this. I believe I'm gonna need source as well. So let's take a look. Botland builds, tools, Cosmetics Combiner. Yeah, there's no source folder here. And that's all stuff that's just run directly on. Oh man. I don't know how I feel about this. Because Game Server got all of its source and it went through a server watch, which means it was transpiled. I don't need to do that necessarily. Let's just copy paste the source folder over and see if it works. Hey EJ. Yeah, inspirational quotes with Adam. If only there were quotes I came up with. So tools, Cosmetics Combiner, it's just source. So yeah, let's just put source here. Okay, so I think that should be done. We'll have to test that out. Deploy the Sprite Packer tool as well. This is important because without this, the Cosmetics Combiner can't work. However, I don't know how difficult it would be to deploy this because it's really just a bunch of JSON and JavaScript. And even the JSON doesn't really need to be there. Cosmetics data does, main, Sprite Packer, texture packer settings. Those things are needed. I might as well just deploy everything except for node modules. Okay, let me think about this then. So there's no build process. I guess we'll just also do that, right? Deploy Sprite Packer. Maybe I'll just do things this way. I'm still not sure how I want to do this exactly. But the base will say is /tools Sprite Packer. I believe that's what I called this. Yes, good. Okay, and we're going to deploy everything other than node modules. ***, but I don't want node modules in there. So I guess we do something like this. Node modules /**. Okay, that should be it. All right, let's try that out. Don't know if that's gonna work. So we have tools, and this is all gonna get deployed here in Cosmetics Combiner. So let's delete the whole dist folder, and then we'll go over to Tools, Cosmetics Combiner, Gulp, Deploy Spreadsheet Packer. Okay, so that did not work. Unexpected string, because I don't have a comma there. All right, and it finished. So did it work? Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I want the destination, I guess, to be Spreadsheet Packer in here. Okay, let's try that out. So we'll delete this, and we should see. Oops. Ooh, I deleted the actual code. Okay, let's just close that folder. Let's just worry about this. All right, so it should make one folder in here. Good, and then that should have all the files. Perfect. All right, so then finally, what we do is we go to deploy, or rather the main gulp file, and where we have deploy cosmetics combiner, this is currently taking everything in the deploy folder and it's just putting it in there. This is not a good idea. I think a better way to do this is to have it all be staged in here in the spreadsheet packer. That means it needs to ignore the dist folder as well. Maybe I just include JavaScript and JSON. Also, yeah, I guess these things can be run together, huh? All right, let me think about this then. So ignore node modules and ignore dist. And set the directory that we want to deploy this to there. Spreadsheet packer /dist /deploy, I guess. Okay, let's try that out. Is that going to work? There should be a dist folder here now. Deploy. Yeah, perfect. Except for it did get node modules. How did that happen? It didn't get anything inside of it. Maybe I don't put a ** here. Let's try that out. Let's delete the dist folder again and try this again. Dist, deploy. No, it's still got node modules. What happened? Does this thing not know how to... Maybe I do it that way. I'm not sure how to specify this so that I... Uh-oh. Something went wrong here. There it is. Oh, that worked. All right, perfect. So I've got everything in there. Now we want to copy it from there into... let me think about this. Let's just make a new task. Deploy spreadsheet packer. And this is something that's going to happen here. Okay, so we have tools, spreadsheet packer, dist deploy ***. We specify that, and I think we're good. Okay, let's try it all out. So, if we just revert all of this stuff, which should be safe to do. Yeah. This is probably not a smart idea. So let's not do it. I know, that's not typically something I'd say. Usually I'd say this isn't smart, so let's just barrel forward. But this time, let's run deploy. Actually, we gotta run it from here. Let's run deploy, and let's just see if everything works. But that's gonna be really hard to do without deleting all of this. I think I'm just gonna do it anyway. Okay, fine. So let's do that. Revert all of those files. It's been done, there's no going back. I mean, this should be fine. They're all generated files. Now we run deploy. And then we ask, how is chat doing this morning? How is everyone doing this morning? All right, so this should start to modify all of these. And the goal, of course, is to get it to the point where, oh, darn it, let me delete this. Okay, there. So the goal is to get it to the point where this entire tools folder is populated with the cosmetics combiner stuff. Now, that's not entirely it. I also need the jar somewhere. I'm not sure where to put that. I'm not sure if that should even be in my code base. That apparently worked. All right, great. Let's check it out. Bin www looks good. Got bundle min, good. Public images has some stuff in it. I don't like that. We'll just delete those for now. But ideally, I shouldn't even check those in. Those look fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, yeah, it looks like everything deployed correctly. What about here? We ended up with a dist folder. That's a minor consequence. It's because I needed to do the same thing I did here and actually cut out the folder itself. Hey, Walter. So let's delete that. And then Atom CLI.json isn't needed to the point where I should probably just remove it. There. Yeah, all right. I think that's pretty good. So I guess now we try manually doing this. Or do I do the Ansible script yet? I mean, the jar and Java need to be on the machine. Yeah, I think we just skip right to Ansible. Okay, so let me check this in. Added the cosmetics combiner tool. This has a whole lot of stuff. Darn it, I don't want any of these images in here. In fact, let me delete all of these. Client images. Client public JavaScript. So I think all of this stuff can be gotten rid of. And then I think everything else is necessary here. That's necessary. These aren't. Delete these two. App.js, that's all good, that's good, that's good. Yeah, the rest of this is fine. Okay, out of the cosmetics combiner tool. All right, so let's push this. And now it's just a matter of getting the Ansible script written. And there are really only, I mean, other than the grunt work of just writing the script, which should be pretty straightforward right now, there are two new things. One is installing Java, and the other one is getting this jar on the machine. I still don't totally know what I'm going to do with the jar. Let's take a look at Atom CLI.json. So here's, oh, it's not even just the jar. It's everything. It's this entire folder. Where did I get this from? Oh, it's on GitHub. I could probably just pull from there then. libgdx. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I want to do here. I could zip all of this, upload it to the machine when I need it, or I could just download it directly from GitHub. Well, wait a second. Where did I get the nightly build from? I don't remember ever seeing this website before. I think I saw this one though. Yeah, this is probably it. So I think it's a bad idea to point at just some random website that could update their code at any point and control my entire system. Yeah, nightly's dist. So I think I just check in a zip file. Hey Remy, how's it going? Yeah, alright, how large is this folder when zipped? Let's take a look. libgdx9 leads 82 megabytes. No, this isn't. I don't know what to do here exactly. I probably don't need the entire folder. Yeah, Remy, when do you show it off? Alright, let's do this. Let's just paste this over here. Does paste not work? What's going on here? Why did this not come to the front? That's strange. There's no way all this is necessary. I mean, okay, so here's the folder structure. There's stuff about ARM. Like, I definitely, I don't need this. And then documentation. How large is this directory? 42 megabytes. Yeah, I can get rid of all of this too. So that'll bring it down to a much smaller size. What's all of this then? Box 2D, bullet controllers. These extensions are 100 megabytes. Then iOS I can probably get rid of. Sources. And then these things account for 10 more megabytes. Digitae says, from everything you know or remember, guess my age. 23. Wait a second. You said no monsters. That's a monster. Okay, Oh, 19. Okay. I didn't think very critically before guessing. Yeah, so I could remove a bunch of this stuff. In fact, let's delete some of these and find out whether everything still works. So we can delete these, we can delete this. Well, hopefully we can delete it. I don't actually know if that's the case, because maybe it's trying to load those things anyway. Let's try it out. So if I just do this, and then I try running this by doing BL tool Spritesheet Packer node main Atom CLI. Unexpected token U. Oh man, what failed here? Error packing images. Unexpected exit code 1. Wait, so had I not deleted any of this stuff, everything would have worked totally fine? No, it doesn't. Okay. What did I do wrong here? I don't get an error out of here? Oh, here it is. Yeah, right. Texture packer.java. Input file does not exist. What input file? Client public images. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Okay, so we could probably have deleted this stuff. So let's put this in somewhere else. I'll just look at the cosmetics combiners main and take the arguments from here. Input and output are going to be there and there. Okay, good. So let's do that. Although, wait a second. Does that folder just not exist? It probably doesn't. Let's just do this for now. And then my temp folder. App data local temp. / Spritesheet Packer output. There we go. All right, let's try that out. Okay, good. So that worked. Hey, Aki. Feels good, man. Hey, Superman. Yeah, Spritesmith probably would have been a good idea. Then again, I knew that this thing did at least what I wanted it to do. It just happens to be Java. Also, now that I think about it, I guess downloading a zipped Java jar is not really much different from downloading an npm module. So let's delete a whole bunch of this stuff and just keep trying this out. And as long as it keeps working, then I'm happy. So what else? We don't need iOS. We probably need these things. I don't know what sources is for. So let's just rename the entire thing to foo and see if this thing still runs. It does. So what is the sources folder for? There are a bunch of jars in here. Whoops. I think I just chose open with Atom. Oh, what? It actually knows. Oh, wow. Okay. It's just literally the source code. Also, Atom knows how to open up jars. That's kind of interesting. I don't think Python knows how to, or I don't think Sublime knows how to do that. I'm actually not even going to try it. Hey, Topperbox. Need more video testimonials. How do you have these things so readily available? What's going on here? I'm guessing you just uploaded to your own Imager account, and so it's probably pretty easy for you to find them, but still. I just imagine Spurtman has this, gigantic list of like, did EJ just mention Ansible? Like, link to Imager. Did someone talk about Python? Link to automate the boring stuff. You're probably just a very sophisticated chatbot, Spurtman, who happens to have a human nearby for playing Minecraft. Because I don't think we're at the point with chat AIs where you could have fooled me. Maybe you really are a bot. Maybe you did fool me. Maybe even playing Minecraft, I was playing with a robot. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to believe. Okay, so all the sources are not needed. And let's zip this folder. Wait, oh no. Oh, no, I haven't been testing this correctly. I've been modifying the wrong thing. It happened to exist here. So it's these that aren't needed. And I can rerun this and everything's good? Yeah. And then sources, can we delete that too? Yeah. Good. Those we probably need. This stuff we don't need. But it's a very small amount of files. And then this stuff. I can't imagine I need this here. Like any of these actually. Let's put these in a backend folder. And just see if this still works. Yeah, it did. I might need the headless one. But it didn't seem like I needed it. But then I guess we can delete all these. Huh. Okay. Extensions. Probably do not need any of this stuff. And this is also taking it. So let's just name this foo. Oh wait, no, I actually do need at least one of these extensions. What was it? There was definitely an extension that I needed. Spreadsheet packer main. Extension. I could have sworn extensions GDX tools. So yeah, this will start to fail, right? Yes. Could not find texture packer. Yeah. So I gotta have that in there at least. So let's keep that and probably just put all these in unneeded. Maybe. Does that work? Yes, it does. Okay, so we'll just delete all the unneeded things. And I hope we've successfully trimmed this down to basically nothing. We probably don't even need this one. Yeah. Take that, Java. Okay. What's this settings.json? Scale 0.5. Okay. I don't need that either, actually. Right? Yep. Okay, so now we got the folder size down to 20 megabytes without being zipped. And when zipped, it is 10.6. Alright, that's not terrible, I guess. Atom 1, Java 0. Well, Java's going to fight back eventually. You probably only need jar files specified in a class path. Yeah, which are 2 files. I guess I could try that out. I didn't know these things aren't even. Oh, whoa! Actually, iOS, which I'm not even on. I don't know why I kept that folder. If I delete that and then rezip this, this probably goes way down in size. Yeah, now it's 4.4. Okay, I'm gonna give a point to Spurtman because that caused me to reevaluate what I was zipping up there. But let's see, is there anything else here? Like, this is 0.5 MB actually. Yeah, okay, let's try deleting this stuff too. It's all still working, so then there are only 2 more jars. Let's delete those. It still works, cool. DK overhead almost the time. Alright, well this greatly simplifies things. Because now I think the zip file size, yeah, 2.5 MB. I think that's pretty reasonable. And there's only so low this can go. Because this one is 1.8 and this one is 0.9. So that's 2.7 total. And it zipped down to 2.4. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. Let's check this in somewhere. I just don't know where. Probably into Botland builds and then never touch it again, but then rsync would delete it eventually. I don't know. Or maybe check it into my code base. I don't know if I can do that though. What's the license on this? How about we look at that and then base what I do on that? CC license. Creative Commons public license. Okay, let's go to TLDR legal. Look at the bullet points for this. Creative Commons, what version is this? They don't make this easy, do they? CCPL. Just click this. It's not helpful. TC's for art, code has another license. Oh, yeah. There's the license. Alright, another point to Spurtman. The Apache license, aha! Now that's something I know about. And that's also something that TLDR legal knows about. I've looked this up a bunch of times now. Apache version 2. Man, this site is sometimes pretty terrible. Yeah, like this. This is the first hit, and it has... I don't understand this. You've got to, like, go searching for exactly the right thing. Here it is. Commercial use, yeah. So must include copyright, include license, state changes, include notice. I think this is only for client-side files, though. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think I need to worry about this then. Okay. Okie doke. So let's put this in here. Tools, cosmetics combiner. This is something that it's not JavaScript, but I wanted to put it in this public somewhere in here. It doesn't matter. So tools, maybe I just put this in vendor. libgdx. There. Yeah, I think that's good. Yaki, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Yeah. I applied once to be a partner and they rejected me, and now I've been scorned. I'll use their site, but I won't ever get money from it. That'll show them. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might apply again. I don't know what their requirements are going to be because they're not very strict, I think, about enforcing the ones that they have listed on the site, which is something like 500 concurrent viewers on average. Hey, Judge Bacon. I didn't get a chance to look at your email from this morning. Adam Ansible. Adam Lights would be pretty cool. Can you explain what the bot is supposed to do? Lennox, I'm not writing a bot, despite that it looks like I'm writing a bot. I'm writing a game about botting. And Remy just linked it in. There's a video that you can watch here, which is almost at 2,000 views. Ooh. But yeah, it's a game about writing bots. Okay, so here we go. This stuff is fine. Now I need the cosmetics combiner deployed to put this into Botland builds under probably just here somewhere. I don't know. Let me think about this, because what this is eventually going to come down to is, so Ansible also needs to push libgdx.zip onto the target machine and then unzip it, and this is going to fail. Yeah, this is going to fail. Right? I don't think I ever path to GDX folder. Oh, I did. Wow, interesting. I made an environment variable and set that environment variable. Okay. Well, we'll look at how that's going to work. For now, I need to worry about the deploy side of things, which is getting this zip file into something in this folder. Maybe it goes into vendor, tools vendor. No, there's tools vendor. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's do that. So let's go into cosmetics combiner. That's libgdx. Okay, Judge Bacon. Yeah, Remy. If I ever find myself in a burning apartment, I'll take a picture beforehand and we'll have a new This Is Fine picture. There we go. Okay, so deploy libgdx. I'm going to take tools vendor libgdx / tools vendor libgdx and put it in here. Yeah, that makes sense. What is Botland bot coded in? Botland bot is coded in Java and it has JavaScript extensions, and I did not really write the Java part at all, but I have written some of the JavaScript part, just my own extensions pretty much. But it's open source, you can find it online. It's Phantom Bot. However, Botlad, the one that I did write, and I had some help from Metsuro and CloudRaiser, is in JavaScript. Okay, so I think this needs to have a more predictable name here, because right now the name is libgdx nightly 2016-0323. And Lennox, thanks for following. I appreciate it. All right, let's do this. Java-cp. I got to do pretty much what this thing did, but I just want to do -- version or something. I don't know if this jar even reports its own version. Alright, let's find out. CP that. Then I do this. Usage input dir. No, I just want to know the version. Just tell me the version. Is there any way to do this? Like gdx.jar doesn't have a main, it's just in the class path. I don't know. BRB launcher riot, yeah. Botland bot. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I'll update Phantom Bot tonight. Maybe. I'm not totally sure what I'm even doing here. Let me just look at their code. They have all of it somewhere. Where do they put it? Here. Yeah, so let's just search version. Is there some way to get this out of here? I don't think searching version is a good idea. 1800 files. Show version. Here it is. libgdx version. It's in dependency bank. What is this? Version.java? Yeah, 1.9.3. Okay, so how do I get this? Do I even have this any longer? This should be inside of their... I don't know. I think I'll just save it alongside this. Or do I already have it in this zip? README, license. I don't know. Is it in here? README version 1.9. Nope. I don't see it in there. License is probably not something specific to this version. Contributors. Yeah, maybe I'll just save another file in here with the version in it. I'm just worried that someday I'm going to want to update it and I won't know what I'm updating from. Is there any way I can just look into this and find out? Meta inf manifest. That doesn't work. Okay, let's unzip this here. Oh, there it is. Well, it says Ant version 1.3. That was the version that I found inside of here, though. 1.9.3. Is that a coincidence? Or is this the version that I want? I don't know if there's anything else I can look at here. XML. Version.java. Okay, maybe we can just go into here, find it. Oh yeah, there it is. It's 6,769. I don't know. I don't think there's a point to me doing this. I think I just write down the version number in here, and then that's that. This tool is already perfect. No need to upgrade. Yeah, I'll just save the version alongside this. I'm just not totally sure. Maybe I'll just save the date in there. Like, they don't mention a version here. Alright, I'll save the date inside of this. Okay, let's do that. So let's go back to this, delete this, and then save. In fact, I probably don't need any of this stuff, right? No, this is just a file that Adam made. The libgdx was taken from a nightly build on this date, March 23rd, 2016. Yeah, okay, good. So now that we have that, we can save that into here, and that way we can drop all of the random characters at the end of this. Good, so let's rezip that. Done, and I did not mean to do that. Let me just get rid of that. Good, perfect. All right, next up, just to deploy it, and I think that's already done. Yeah, take everything in libgdx and put it into tools vendor libgdx. Good. And that's it. So let's do another deploy. This will still take like 20-30 seconds because it's still got to go through the client and everything despite that nothing changed. And we should see it show up here. So now it's going to go through what? Yeah, the cosmetics combiner. This is the step where it shows up. Ah, never mind. Never mind. Just never mind. All right. Next is the Ansible script. Should play Slither.io during deploys. I don't plan on doing that. All right, now it should finish up. Perfect. And I don't see anything in here. So that's a problem. Why did that not work? Oh, I think I know. Because deploy libgdx was never called here. So let's say var deploy dependencies equals. Let's put all of these things in there. This formats things so weirdly. And even that looked pretty strange. There. Okay, so now I have the deploy dependencies, and we'll just put those here. That way this line doesn't look ridiculous. And when I just do a gulp deploy here, we should end up with that folder. Task. Oh, did I split this up wrong? That explains why a comma was in the wrong place. Ah, perfect. Vendor, libgdx, libgdx. Great. Okay, so let's check that in. We don't want that stuff, or that stuff. We don't want any of this. Add a libgdx to the build output for the sake of the cosmetics combiner tool. Hey, law beginner. And nice, your first moped. I have never owned a moped. Alright, now we just run the Ansible script. This shouldn't be bad. When I say run the Ansible script, what I really mean is write the Ansible script. So we need to install Java, unzip this. Alright, let's go in init database. This is the most similar to, this uses DB interface. And I have a Sinopia thing too. Where does that happen? Use Sinopia? That's not what I want. Wait, how did I get this to work? There's a Sinopia group here. How does this work? Hey, Riderino. How's it going? Thoughts on Docker? I noticed you're using VirtualBox. I tried out Docker for a little bit. Also, what's going on with this search? I searched for one word. Why is it taking so long? That was weird. I tried it out for a bit. I didn't see how it would help me too much with what I'm doing because I'm using AWS as my cloud platform, and AWS has this concept of AMIs, which are Amazon Machine Images, which are just VM snapshots. And Docker to me is pretty much the same purpose as just having a VM snapshot. I think they might be a little bit easier to create, but then I need to host them somewhere. And yes, Amazon can do that for me, but I don't know. I just thought I added a layer of complexity. What am I doing today? So one of the things, I always have the today command. I'm doing pretty much the same thing I was doing yesterday. The big focus of today is getting it to the point where this tool exists somewhere online. Let me show you the tool. That's what I was working on yesterday though. So how do I run this? I need to set Dropbox OAuth in order for the tool to even run. All right, well, let's take that from my, whatever this is. Oh, which means, darn it, I gotta add this to the vault. Oh. Fine, well, at least I just remembered I have to do that. Add Dropbox OAuth to the vault. Yeah, fine. All right, let me paste this in here. So CLS Alt F7. Okay, so in this one, we're gonna run the watch, and in this one, we'll just run the program. Oh, that scared me for a second. I saw all the environment variables printing out. I'm like, no, that can't happen. Okay, now I go to localhost 4000, and yeah, this is the tool that I'm going to work on deploying today. And what this will let artists do is put sprites directly into Dropbox, and it'll just get automatically saved into here, basically. There we go. I think this is how bots should look in the game. Oop. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get it to the point where that gets deployed. So install Java. Uh-oh, what happened here? Ugh. Let's delete this and put it over here. Save Dropbox OAuth to the vault. Can be used. And let's close out of these things over here. Dropbox this web scale. Okay, so this search I did so that provision. This is what does this. If it just doesn't match anything here, then we're fine. So I think, yeah, okay. Let's do the same thing then. So dev host will add in, so this group is just used for the cosmetics combiner tool. I'll just call it cosmetics tool. That's probably a better idea. Yeah, okay, good. So let's paste this to prod host as well. Good. Then in provision.yaml, we're going to need this set up. So cosmetics tool, roles common. I don't really think that's necessary. What's in the common roles? Create user, upload common scripts. I mean, this stuff is nice, I suppose, in this. Yeah, it's necessary. Okay, fine, we'll do it. PM2 start. Yeah, okay, that's good. So then let's go to Sinopia main. Let's just save this under cosmetics tool main. So this is gonna, we don't need this. We don't need almost any of this stuff, actually. Let's just delete the whole file. Okay, great. Next is the difficult part. Getting this to install Java. So let's just hope that somebody's done this before, and then I can just copy paste a bunch of things. Ansible role to manage Java. Install Oracle Java. Okay, there's something else I should do here. I should start this machine up too. That way I can test installing Java on Debian too. Dependencies. Install node deps role file requirements. Oh boy. Alright, so this is going to be a struggle, I think. I wonder, I'm probably going to end up using this, but I just want to see how else they end up doing this. Try with OpenJDK. What is OpenJDK? I think using an Ansible playbook that's already been done with this. You can just install OpenJDK from a Debian repo. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I wonder if someone's done something like that. Gearling guy. Is that the same thing as over here? No. And I haven't really used Ansible Galaxy before. What is this? So Ansible Galaxy install Gearling guy.java. I think I've seen this guy before. Has he done anything that I've... Oh, I must have seen him from other Ansible stuff, maybe. Or maybe this site. Was it this? It was... It might have been this. There's some very basic site. Yeah. Yeah. I think it was this. Huh, interesting. Run away from Galaxy. Use this. Okay, well, first let me do this. So here's what I'll do. I will take a snapshot. Oh, darn it. I gotta shut down the machine in order to do that. Alright, not a big deal. Shut down. So I will take a snapshot here of pre-Java install. Let's hope that's even correct. I doubt there's Java on this machine already, but I really need to verify that. Yeah. Okay, so let's connect to that machine. This might take a little bit of time. Let's close out of these things in the meantime. Because Ansible Galaxy is supposed to make all of this stuff super easy. I just, like I said, haven't used it before and not totally sure where I even run this command. I don't think I'd run it from, like, I guess in setting up my machine, I would just need that to exist. And then everything should hopefully be fine. Come on, connect. Okay, so Java. I don't have that, right? Uh-oh. I do have Java. Could not create the JVM. So what? How are you supposed to... I wonder if I have... I don't have that. Where's Java located? User bin Java. Why do I have this on my machine? I don't think I installed this. Unless Build Essential gives it to me. Maybe... Okay, Java get version. Apparently dash dash version is not how you get the version of it. That's not what I want. What? There's no command line way to get the version? You've got to run something in Java for it? I don't have Java C, so running things would be very difficult. Is Java dash version? Okay, fine. That's not the convention of basically anything else, but whatever. Okay, so I have this on my machine. I wonder if I have this on the AWS machines. And if so, how I even have it. I wonder if that's part of Build Essential. Let's go take a look. Build Essential. Details. Does this have... Nope. It does not have Java. So I don't know how this got onto my machine. But again, that doesn't totally matter. Let's just make... something. An overseer, I guess. So this will take a couple minutes before I can SSH into it because it's provisioning a VM from scratch. And once it's done, I'll know whether I have Java already installed here too. If I do, I guess I don't really need to install Java from Ansible. I can just do the other steps. Let's take a look and see if unzipping from Ansible is easy. Unarchive, is this a built-in core module? Yes, good. Okay, so unzipping is at least dead simple. I can just copy a file, unzip it. Oh, that's also interesting. You can have it copy it directly from the local machine. Okay, let's try SSHing into this. Actually, I'll leave it for another minute or so. I may not have to do this if the Amazon machines already have Java. My local machine does. I wonder if my local machine could even run this jar though. I don't know if it requires Java 1.8. Hey, Andorn. Yeah, okay, let's try SSHing again. At some point this will work. So unarchive module, put this in here. You can copy plus unzip in the same step. Alright, at some point SSHing into this thing is going to work. I don't know why it keeps timing out. I think it's been long enough. It's running, I have the IP address, I have security group set correctly. Nope, now it's saying connection refused. Huh. That means that my security groups are probably wrong. I can't verify this without logging in though. Connection refused. Why would that happen? Oh, there it goes. It worked. Never mind. I just had to keep trying. Alright. Alright, so here we are. Let's see if we have Java. Nope. Well, that could have been a lot easier. Fine, I guess I need to install it. But then this is going to be harder to verify because I already have it on this machine. So that whole pre-Java snapshot is a lie. Also, let me write down kill AWS machines. I'm doing well, Endorn. How are you doing? I should have it. I should just try this. Just for giggles, let's do this. Let's put this onto Debian 1. Also, at some point I want to look into, even if I have to extend the source code of this myself, making tab colors up here. I think it'd be so much easier to use this program if I could color tabs. You don't need Java, just use Spritesmith. It's literally drop in, save yourself an hour. It probably isn't just drop in though, that's the thing. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of extra stuff I need to do for this. But I will probably end up at least pursuing this path for a bit. Because well, part of this is I wanted to try this out. So let's do screen cd botland infra ansible. Let's run this. Okay, and let's see this. So I should have Ansible Galaxy on this machine. Good. And if I run this, what happens? Downloading rolled Java. Was not installed successfully. Cannot update files. Permission denied. This again sounds like one of those things that I should not be using sudo to do. Let's just see whether the internet agrees with me on this. Root privileges. Yeah, so the reason I think this is probably not correct is because there's almost nothing else where you want to run sudo on installing a plugin. Python doesn't want you to do that. Node doesn't want you to do that. So Ansible probably doesn't also. Yeah, that's too bad. They don't write it in these notes either. I wonder how I'd fix this then. Okay, this is trying to install it to here. Actually, maybe running this as sudo is needed. Etsy Ansible. It's owned by root. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna do this for now. Password for Atom. Installed successfully. Alright, so let's write down the steps that I'm doing here because I need to be able to repeat these. So Ansible. So this was the first thing that I did. Then how do I use this? I have no idea. GitHub repo. Do they tell you how to do this here? Requirements, non-role variables. Available variables are listed below along with default values. Dependencies not. So I just give it this role and I'm finished. It's actually incredibly simple. Example playbook. Okay, let's try it out. This actually was pretty easy, assuming this works, of course. So I just go over to here and in the cosmetics tool, I just say to use this role. And I guess I'll write here, note this requires that you install this role via Ansible Galaxy. Why don't I just install the built-in apt Ansible module? I could do that. Yeah. And Surfing Ninjas, this is the kind of thing that I would bake into an AMI. But I use Ansible anyway because there's a lot that I can't bake into an AMI. Well, I could. Like up-to-date code, for example. So let's say I have game server. My AMI has like, game server version 1.4.3 or something like that. And I want to update to 1.4.4. Rather than produce a new AMI entirely, I just say the AMI doesn't even have game server code, but it knows how to pull from Git, and then it knows how to do an npm install. That way this AMI can be sort of future-proof in that sense. And that was really just like, let's start things this way, and then later when I want to improve things, then yeah, do the improvements. But I want to make sure things are working and they're predictable right now. That's pretty important to me. So this should just work. The problem is testing this. Okay, maybe we can test this more easily than I think. Let's do a git pull here, and let's just edit code directly on the box. All right, dev host. We'll put this here. We need to delete this, and then this needs to be set to the IP address of Debian2, which is 1.26. So 192.168.126. So that's the only IP address that's set right now. So now we have cosmetics tool set. Now we also need to set provision YAML so that this stuff is done. I don't have, or won't have at first, the cosmetics tool piece, so I guess I should just write it in prod host. I don't need that. Vim. Oh, there's actually a lot of stuff to do here, huh? Dropbox OAuth. It needs to be saved into the vault. How many vaults do I have? Let's find out. Ansible dev. That's the wrong thing. Ansible dev. Ansible vault pass. And vault password files. That means I must have a vault for... I do. I have one for dev and for prod. Alright, well, this is gonna be something. figure out whether this should appear in the dev vault as well. I don't think it should. Random Java installer from the internet, this should just work. Yeah, I know that's what this looks like right now. And it mostly is. Alright, so this goes into provision.yaml. Right here. And then the only other thing I need to do is go into, let's do a find directory on Sinopia. Yeah, and then we'll do vim roles cosmetics tool main.yaml and paste in what I have here, which is an empty file. Can't open file for writing. That's very bizarre. Can't open file for writing. Oh, because the folder doesn't exist. Make dir-p./roles cosmetics tool. Yeah. Got it. All right, that's been written. Let's try this out now. Ansible dev.sh. What is this even going to test? Darn it, this isn't going to test anything. Well, it kind of will. I guess the Java version is going to get updated. So when I do java-version, I get 17091. And when I run this, it just fails immediately. Okay. One step away from curl bash. Oh, fine. I'll just apt install it. Fine. Alright, I'm the only one who finds this funny that I thought this would be super simple and that, well, there's slightly more to it than that. Just slightly. So let's delete this stuff. And then if I run this right now, all it's going to do is put the common tools on here. Let's just make sure, yeah, the basics work. Even that fails. Okay, that had nothing to do with what I was doing earlier then, huh? Remote users undefined though. How is that possible? Shouldn't Ansible dev set that? Oh, I keep going into the wrong Sublime window. Remote user is not set here. Dev, what's this called? Dev.yaml. Remote user is Atom. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Oh, whoops. Oh, I knew it. I forgot to put this here. Prod host. That was stupid. Okay, let's run this back. So we got to go into dev host and copy this line onto here. Except for that's not where it goes. It goes here. And probably do the same in prod host, assuming I pasted it there. I didn't. Okay, that's fine. So now I can run this. Yes, good. All right. This isn't going to install Java. I didn't make it to do that. This is going to run a bunch of things that shows green and blue output, and it just generally makes me feel good about myself. Now we're going to install Java, though. And yeah, Tom Servos, oh, hey, you have an MST3K name. I didn't realize that until I actually said it out loud. I could do that. I probably should. I just feel as though, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't sit well with me to do that. But that's okay. I will just do this directly on the machine, and let's figure this out. So update repositories cache and install foo package. I don't know if I need to do that. Can I just install this? Let's try this out. So roles, cosmetics tool, main. What's the syntax for this again? That's the syntax. So let's do this. Dash name install Java. Then we paste this in. Delete that. So name equals, what is the name? Open JDK something something. Did Superman paste that into chat? Where is that? I know you said Open JDK. I don't see it in chat. Let me search for this. Oh, here it is. Open JDK JRE. There it is. Okay. So let's put this in here. And that's it. Let's try that out. But how will I know this actually worked? Also, this doesn't even run as the right user. Never mind. I just screwed that up. Hang on. Become user should be deploy user. We need to revim that. Apparently, foo is on my clipboard. Okay, so if I were to go onto that machine right now and do a screen and then become BL deploy and type Java, I apparently have Java here as well. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's test this out. In fact, I should have cut out the common role so that all it does is install Java. Did it even attempt to work? I don't see anything about Java in here. Which means I screwed up provision.yaml. Oh, yeah. Wait, cosmetics tool's right there, though. That's a role. Cosmetics tool. It's right there. Roles, cosmetics tool. Main.yaml is this. And yet install Java didn't attempt to work. That's weird. That is weird. Maybe because it was already present, but I didn't see Java show up here at all, did I? Wait, what's that? No, I didn't. Yeah, strange. Do you have your host under cosmetics tool host group? I should. Dev host cosmetics tool. Yeah, let's cut out, let's do this. Let's go into provision.yaml and just for the sake of testing this out, let's remove the common role and let's put something really basic into the cosmetics tool role that we just know is going to do something. So like dash name, do nothing. I don't know. What's a simple command I can use here? I think I wrote something like that. To just touch a file. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Command touch test.txt. Sounds good. Let's try running that. Yeah, weird. Task setup. Can I name plays? I'm afraid I'm doing something wrong here. Cosmetics tool. Cosmetics tool. And it was saying what? None of these matched? Needs to go under tasks directory. Oh, did I? Oh, seriously? Did I just make that mistake? Oh, you're right. You're right. Darn it. Okay, I screwed up that command. Thanks. Thanks, friendly robot. You deserved your gold coating today. All right, so let's just move that file. So it was really make dir-p roles, cosmetics tool, tasks, and then move roles, cosmetics tools, main.yaml into roles, cosmetics tools, tasks. All right, there we go. Now we rerun this. Aha. There we go. So we know it's running, but this thing failed. No package matching OpenJDK JRE is available. So I just need to figure out what that's called on Debian, and then we're pretty much good. So let's do this. Vim main.yaml. So let's get rid of the do nothing, and let's figure out what this thing's called. So sudo apt cache search JDK. Do I even need to? I don't have a sudo password. What am I doing? So they have 7 on here. Also, how is a JRE ever not headless? What's the difference between these two things? Let's just try installing this one. So what's on my clipboard? OpenJDK-7-JRE. Yeah, so let's just put in here 7- and rerun this. Okay, good. So did that change the version of Java that I have? No, because it already existed, but that's fine. But now if I run this on the Amazon machine, then I should get this working. So let's do a git diff here. In fact, that's not what I want to do, is it? Modified, untracked files, init database.retry doesn't matter, .retry doesn't matter, cosmetics tool. Yeah, so it's just that. Okay, let's just copy paste this back to here then. I mean, that wasn't so bad. I keep searching the wrong thing. All right, this needed to have been saved in here, in tasks. Main.yaml, good. Let's delete this one, good. And let's copy paste that in there. Perfect. So install Java 7 JRE. Let's just put it right in the title of this task. And that should be it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that'll install Java. That part's done. In fact, let's just close this entire window probably. Oh, whoops. Gotta save that file. There. Now let's close the entire window. Now let's open up that file to do. And back up to do. So this should be done. Needs to push onto the target machine and then unzip it. Well, thanks. All right, so this is these documents. I probably already have it open, but I'm just going to close everything because it's cruft at this point. So on archive, unpacks an archive folder, optionally copying it from the local machine. So the only thing that I wonder about with the optionally copying it bit, wait a second, I don't need to optionally copy it, it's on the remote machine. Which means I need botland builds on that machine. Yeah. Okay, so this does need to change a decent amount. Let's go close out of these things. Also, hang on just a second. Okay, I wonder if someone in my apartment complex complained. There's a restaurant next door, And every morning at like 7 o'clock, like really early, I think, they would make the noisiest job of taking the trash from the dumpster into the garbage truck. And almost without fail, it would wake me up. And now it's happening at 10:30. And I noticed that this has been the case for the last couple weeks. The Kappa level in that comment was at least 90%. I'd say at least 60%. It's definitely you'd expect there to be a Kappa at the end of that message. There wasn't though. No sirens yet. Oh, the sirens will happen. There's bound to be some emergency. Okay, so we just gotta specify the right location for this. Let's take a look at this. Unarchived source and destination. So the destination doesn't really totally matter. I can just put it in the home directory, in fact. And I wonder if it's going to create this. I wonder if it's going to create the folder if it doesn't exist. Yeah, actually, let's look at that. Where's dest up here? Remote absolute path where the archive should be unpacked. Yeah, let's not assume that it exists. Hey, Merlin. Okay, so let's start coding this stuff in here. This is going to go into cosmetics tool main. Yeah, so we're going to need to unarchive this. So unzip libgdx dot zip. Source equals, and this is where things get a little bit interesting. So let's go into Affairs dev. No, there, yeah, it actually was there. This one. We don't have a botland builds directory. Where does that go? Botland builds. Botland builds there. That's an infra. So that's shared between dev and prod. Okay, that's fine. So now we need to make sure that we download this correctly. Game servers install this, but the client doesn't exist. That's wonderful. I need to extract this out into a common task then. Pull botland builds and then install everything. Is this ever used from anywhere else? You hear that? Is that audible to the stream right now? You hear how loud that is? It sounds like they're just smashing glass outside. Real life Minecraft. Let's put all of the install tasks, I think, into one custom thing. Because I don't know why I put this into its own. Pull botland build. Create a folder for it. Upload the, pull the repo. And then install everything. Yeah, we lump that together. Pull botland build. Yeah, you hear it? Okay. Maybe your neighborhood isn't as great after all. Also, what's this video? Oh. Yep, it's only used for one place. Okay, then let's put all these things in there too. Right, install this to production, install that, yeah. Okay, so this goes over here now. So now I have the installs done. Next, cosmetics tool can do exactly what this thing does. The // is almost definitely going to have to change. And this can't work until this part works. So let's put this here. Now, where does this exist? So we are in here. Let's go up 1, 2. So up 1, 2, game servers / something, tasks, yeah, tasks / that. Okay, so this will give us the repo. Once we have the repo, it'll look like this. And then we'll have tools, vendor, libgdx, this one. Okay, good. So the source is going to be, what's it called? It's an infra main botland builds dir / and then all of this stuff. Good. And then the destination for this, I think we make a custom destination. Because this should probably, I want to make like home /tools /libgdx. libgdx dir home dir tools libgdx, where libgdx.zip will be unpacked. And Florian, thanks for following. Welcome to the stream. I don't have any catchphrases like "You're now an honorable citizen of Vatland," and I don't think I'm gonna make that one. But welcome anyway. You might get a whisper. You might get a whisper from Botlad in like a minute or two. If you do, you should click it. Tom Servo says, so you're gonna run a game server on vanilla EC2 then? What do you think about just putting all this in a Docker file and running on Beanstalk? I haven't heard of Beanstalk actually. Complete workflow to write, review, and deploy code. Well, what's their pricing? I mean, it's very unlikely that I'm going to change away from Amazon at this point, because part of it is I gain a decent amount out of the box, and I feel like it'll be good for me to start with something like that. What is this? 3 GB of storage, 10 repositories, 5 users. I don't understand their pricing entirely, because I don't know what users means. I think this is for, yeah, the write and review part of this I don't really need, just the deploy part. And Nichiatu, thank you too for following. Elastic Beanstalk is an AWS service. Oh, you're talking about, AWS Beanstalk. There just coincidentally happened to be another coding thing that was the first result when you, wow, interesting. Yeah, I didn't look into this at all, but I have a decent amount of infrastructure set up already to just use EC2. Plus, I feel like, what is this backed by? I mean, this has to be backed by EC2 instances anyway, right? What's their pricing? Yeah, they do use EC2 and really all of this. Yeah, I think I've written enough of the infrastructure at this point where I think what I have is going to be good without Beanstalk. Okay, so I have this source set up. I don't have the destination yet. And I don't know for sure if this is going to just extract automatically to the destination or if I need to make sure that it exists. So I guess let's just test it out. And if it works, it works. If not, then we'll just create the folder first. So I'll just write this here. Not sure if test equals will do a make dir-p. Okay, there, that's that. So we have this. Oh, and set the path to GDX folder environment variable. Yeah, that's part of this. It's gonna be called, yeah, that should be fine. Well, actually, I don't know if it's gonna be fine. I don't know how this unzips. Okay, I gotta test this out, so fine. I'm gonna do what Tom Servo says. And so I'm gonna give Tom Servo another point. I'm also gonna give Spiritman another point, because I hadn't given him one from earlier from suggesting apt. Don't you wow at me. Okay, next up, we're gonna push this code to a temporary branch. It's a dev host, that's good. This is good. This is good. Provision, no, this is wrong. Okay, now it's good. This is fine. This is fine. I don't know what this is. So let's just delete that entire thing. Oh, cool. The lights actually are working then. I'm glad. Let's. Ah, good. See, this is the benefit of when you tell people to click random links that you whisper them. You get rewarded. Okay, I think all this is good. So let's check this into a different branch, and then we need to pull from the correct branch when we do this. So I believe there is the ad hoc test branch. I am gonna just say okay here, right? And I need to do a merge as well. Git did not exit cleanly. Please commit your changes or stash them before you can switch branches. Yeah, let's stash them then. Stash, save. Cosmetics, Ansible, deploy. Okay, now let's switch branches. Good, and now let's merge in master. This should be pretty simple. Wait, what did I just do? Did I merge this into master? Or, merge in master. Darn it, why do I not remember how Git works? Hang on a second. To merge back to master. No. This merge master in. Yeah. And Tom, thanks for following. How does it handle stateful servers? Okay, so then I think this was fine. I don't know why remove branch shows up as an option. You'd only want to remove the branch if you'd merge it into master. And what is this doing here? Oh, it's an untracked file. Okay, so now I do a stash pop, and I should be able to check everything in to this branch. I really hope this works. Yeah, that does look good. So now I can just commit this. I'd say testing out the Ansible deploy for the cosmetics tool. So we're going to push this to the ad hoc branch, and then when it comes to running this, I just need to switch branches over here too. So also let's just, darn it, this timed out. I was going to try to type ls over here, but that doesn't do me any good. Okay, so let's do a git reset hard, and then a git checkout ad hoc test, switch branch. I don't know if I need to do a git pull now, probably. Aborting. Oh, yeah, that's fine. RM roles cosmetics tasks main.yaml. Okay, got it. It deleted a whole bunch of stuff. What? Shared AWS. Oh yeah, this is part of the infra repository. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right, so now we just open this up, dev host. We set in the cosmetics tool 192.168.126, and then we run just Ansible dev. I think this will work. There may be a chance of failure. All right, looking good. These things are going to take a decent amount of time. The install package JSON, because it's pulling a whole bunch of NPM modules. Then we get to the real part, which was the unzip step, which has failed. Must be an existing dir. Okay, well that answers that question. And I wrote that directly in here. Not sure if this needs to exist. So I do need to create it. And let's figure out how I've done that in other places. Because I know for sure that I have done it. Probably in here actually. Create folder. Yep, there it is. So let's do that same thing. So create folder for libgdx. This path is going to just be the libgdx dir. State directory, become user. That's all fine. Okay. At least, yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, let's commit. Fixing a bug with a non-existent unpacked directory. Target. That was probably worded in the worst way possible. Git pull. Now what we could do here, I'm not gonna do it, never mind. Let's just do what we will do, not what we could do. Who scammed you? No, I think your points were tripled. You're just making things up. Hey, old man. Yeah, this step, despite not having any changes, still takes a few seconds each time. And that failed. File or module does not exist. Botland builds tools, vendor, libgdx, libgdx. Okay, I don't believe that. So let's go find out. Home BL deploy. Okay, so we go over to BL deploy. We're in the home directory. We have botland builds, so that part exists. Then we have tools. Yep, there it is. Then we have vendor. Yep. Then we have libgdx. Okay, this is all good so far. And libgdx.zip. What? It says file or module does not exist, but this is definitely there. If I just do an ls on that whole path, why is it printing in red though? That's something I've never seen before. Maybe zip files are just in red. But that worked. What is this complaining about? File or module does not exist. Oh, wait. Oh, it's doing a copy, isn't it? Wait, no, it's not. What's going on here? Source. Oh, if copy equals yes, which is the default, I need to set copy to no. Fine. Copy equals no. There, that's it. Silly change. So fix the bug where libgdx was, where Ansible was attempting to copy libgdx from the deployer's machine. When it was, despite that it was already on the deployee's machine. Again, terrible commit messages. Git pull. And run it again. Just keep running it, and then finally it'll work. Alright, I see no reason why this wouldn't work. Oh, look at that. It all worked. Okay, so here's what should happen now. We go back to the home directory. We have a tools libgdx folder with... Oh, that's a mistake. Darn it. Alright, let's fix this. So libgdx-dir is... Okay, let's see. What are the other options here? Dash group, name of the group they should own, list files, mode, no, owner, SC level, SC role, no. Man, alright. Ubuntu says, hi Adam, how many packages dependencies is too much? Every time I check back in with a stream, you're using something new. That's a loaded question. I don't know. I think it's subjective. I really think once it's too much to manage, it's too much. Because you might say having 5 dependencies is too much. There's a parallel universe where Adam didn't use DevOps, or Ansible, and DevOps is already done. Yeah. French alternative for rapid mode. I've never heard that before. It's a funny joke. Hi Adam, what software do you use for your knowledge base? Yeah, FedMe, I got your Twitch message about this, and I sent you a response saying, I don't know what you're talking about when you say knowledge base. Twitch messages. Let's find out. Yeah. Outbox. FedMe. Here, I will respond by copy pasting. There. Look at that. This is the one case where I can just copy paste a response to a question. Oh, that's what you meant by knowledge base. Oh, wow. I didn't even think to answer that. OneNote. Yeah. It's OneNote. Oh. Well, I copy pasted. Yeah, I zipped the contents of the directory instead of the directory itself. Yeah, so let's go fix that. Canned messages. Okay, let's take a look. Where does this even exist? In Botland? I gotta redeploy this whole thing? Oh goody. This will be a lot of fun. Okay, let's go into vendor and just unzip this. Good. Yeah, so let's zip this. Then let's call it libgdx, and let's cut it and paste it up to here, and then we can delete this stuff and then paste this in the right spot. Good. Perfect. Okay, so now we have libgdx, and when I unzip this, it should just be the contents of the directory. Well, yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna bypass a deploy by just copy pasting this into here. Perfect. Then we're gonna check this in. Commit. I changed how I zipped libgdx so that it will work correctly on and unzip. I don't know. I'll just say this. I changed how it was zipped. Committing zips to Git. I don't know what better way to do this. That's the thing. Like, this is a vendor tool that I'm using. Maybe I should have just committed jars. Whatever. Yeah. Hashtag YOLO. Alright, so we're just going to rerun this, and everything's going to work. It's just going to work perfectly. You ready? So here's what we'll do. We'll do the French removal of the tools directory. Got it. Oh, you actually can't do that. Why not? Did I not do this as the right user? Uh-oh. Hang on a second. I didn't. Oh, wow. That's a big problem. So that means I need to sudo remove this stuff. So let's do sudo rm home bl deploy tools -rf. Perfect. Okay, so that folder should be totally gone now. Let's make sure that's the case. Good. And then let's rerun this stuff. Okay, so forgot to change to bl deploy in the unzip step. Good. There. Go over to here, do a git pull, then rerun this task. Why did that not show up? What's going on here? Bash Ansible dev. There. Hey, Shika. Git is for anything if you put your mind to it. Alright, so this will take like 2 more seconds. Yeah, there we go. So now we should have the tools folder with hopefully, yes, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, we're in good shape right now. So this is done, except for the path to GDX folder environment variable, and then saving this to the vault, and then just running it, and then we're good. So everything's just gonna work. You hear me? You mark my words. I didn't say when. I didn't say how many attempts, but it's gonna work. I'm gonna get it to work. So let's take this into here. Whoops. Okay, and then we'll say this will be start cosmetics combiner, start cosmetics tool. Cosmetics combiner tool, just cosmetics tool. All right, so PM2 start. We're gonna change in the botland builds directory. How we start this all just needs to be a very carefully orchestrated symphony of code. Let's put, where is this? Desktop botland builds, I think. Then it's in tools, so I guess ls tools, and then cosmetics combiner, and then bin, and okay, good. So we can do that. Yeah, tools, cosmetics combiner, bin www. Okay, good. Change her into that. The name of this is going to be, I guess, cosmetics tool. Become users fine. Tags start. Yeah, I guess it's okay. Environment path. That's good. Is AWS is not needed. Node env is, I guess, needed. It always needs to be production though. Yeah, it always needs to be production. Because I don't ever put the non-bundled code. Which means this is not a dev host thing. All right, let's just remove this. We can't run this in dev because it doesn't exist. There's a lot of issues. So I'll just write, note, this can only run in prod for 2 reasons. Why is this pasting so weirdly? Huh. Yeah, weird. I guess if I made this a Python file, it would work totally fine. Yeah, weird. Where do I live? Yeah, Washington State. I don't understand what you're doing, but I'm still watching. Yeah, well, that's cool. I hope to entertain as I get this project done. All right. So no, this can only run in prod for 2 reasons. One, I don't put bundle.js into botland builds, just bundle.min.js. That's not actually a compelling enough reason for this to only run in prod, is it? And that's not even the switch that I use here. What am I talking about? This is... All right, let's undo all that. I don't care. This can still run in... Just Control-Z a bunch of that. And we're good. All right, so coming back to here. Let's do NodeM. That's fine. Let's go back into Cosmetics Combiner. And where I have run.cmd, we'll paste that into here. Did that not paste? When you hit Control-C 4 times, it works. Okay, so we need to set the port. I don't know if the port really matters too much, so let's just pull it from infra main. Yeah, this is fine. So we have a whole bunch of other port information here. We'll say cosmetics tool port is 4000 or 80. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Port on which the cosmetic tool listens for web traffic. Okay, so we put that here. So the port is done. Use unminified code. We always need to set that to... Can I just type the word false here? Probably. use unminified code false. Then path to GDX folder. This is another one of those super important ones. GDX. That's here. We don't need to do anything special for that. Then what else do we have here? That's it. That's pretty much it. All right, we delete all this stuff. Okay, and then there's one other thing that's missing, isn't there? So this has been done. Dropbox OAuth, that's right. And I should really write that into here too. Set Dropbox OAuth equals, say, Dropbox OAuth. Yeah, this is fine. Just making it explicit that you need to have specified Dropbox OAuth already. Oh, this is super dangerous. Oh, I gotta turn echo off in order for this to work. Oh, that would have been bad. Because if you, like, if I have Dropbox OAuth set to, let's say, like some secret password, and then I run a script where the only thing, let's show this. So if I do echo set Dropbox OAuth equals Dropbox OAuth to test.cmd, and then I run test. Wait, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, so it would show my secret password here. So just by putting an @ symbol at the beginning, this is just things you have to do when you're streaming. Like, I would not care about this in the least if I was just running this as a dev script on my own box. But yeah, I don't want you guys seeing my credentials. All right, so this is good. Just making it explicit that you need to have specified Dropbox OAuth already in order for the tool to work. There. Don't usually have to manually do that. So then let me try running that off screen for just a sec to make sure that I didn't break anything. Yeah, perfect. All right, next up is putting this in the vault. Does this even go into the dev vault? I need to do all this off screen. Everything that's saved in the vault is precious information. Yeah, because see, the vault is really, it's here. You guys just can't know what the password is to this thing. So yeah, I gotta do this off screen for a sec. Let me figure out how to even edit this. It's Ansible vault something something. Vault. Yeah, Ansible vault. There should be an edit command somewhere. I think it's just edit. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so Ansible vault edit, and then where is the vault located? It's in group vars dev vault. So group vars dev vault .yaml. Vault password. Uh-oh. I don't know what this is. Hey, that worked. This has a Sinopia password in it. Wait a second. I'm doing something potentially very stupid here. So I have Ansible Vault, and it's protected by some really strong password that I don't even know. And in it is something that says well, it's about to have my Dropbox OAuth credentials in it. Like, that's fine because I'm the only one who uses this code base, but this is my personal Dropbox account. So if I ever share out this password with other developers and they would have to know it, then they'd have my credentials. I should make a totally different account. Or no, I just revoke my OAuth when I do that. Right? I don't think that should be a problem. And how will artists access Dropbox? Just through the web interface. Dropbox has, I'm pretty sure, good permission management. So I can say that these people have right access to this folder, but not to anything else. Or you could use OwnCloud. I'm probably not going to switch at this point. Like, I don't see a big enough reason to. All right, so here's what I got to do then. I've got to put this into everywhere that it's needed. All right, so let's just be careful about this. Dropbox. So it's going to be Vault Dropbox OAuth. Oh, but there's the issue of passwords ever using. No, OAuth doesn't use this stuff. So we can just put this here, Vault Dropbox OAuth. And then we write that file, and then we also edit the prod vault. Vault password. I don't know what that is again. Let's go find that. Good. And then I need the OAuth code again. Vault Dropbox OAuth. Okay, cool. Okay, now I just want to clear my scroll back buffer. I don't know how to do that. I know how to do that on Windows, but I'm on Linux. How do I do this? I don't know. Okay, let's just kill the console and not reconnect to that screen ever again. That's probably easy enough, right? All right, so let me actually try this off screen one more time. I just want to make sure that I didn't totally botch this. No, I actually can reconnect to that screen. Yeah. Okay, so now we can do this on screen as soon as I make sure this works. Cool. Yeah, and by the way, about fixing whispers, I am going to probably do that tonight or tomorrow. I hope. It's going to take probably several hours because I just need to upgrade Phantom Bot. Part of it is like you just kick off a process and it's going to take like 4 hours to copy a database or something. I don't think they did it in a very efficient way because last time it took like an hour. All right, so let's get the vault now. We need to find file vault.yaml. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's just do more on both of these. And then more on this one too. So this is the dev vault. And this is the prod vault. Okay, so those things have been saved. Now I need to make something that uses the vault stuff. So let's search for vault, I don't know, Sinopia? Yeah, here it is. This is in infra. So we just need to do this stuff up here. So Dropbox OAuth is vault Dropbox OAuth. Clears the scroll back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I tried this out. So like if I scroll up right now, you can see that stuff up there. So let's scroll back down and then just type clear. I can still scroll up. So yeah. And same thing, well, yeah, I'm not sure how I would do this in my particular setup, but it doesn't matter so much. I'll just close the window. I very rarely have to edit this stuff on stream. So Dropbox OAuth credentials for the cosmetic tool. I guess if I capitalize it here, I should capitalize it here too, huh? All right, so we have that. Now I just need to set it, and then we're good to test this out. So let's do that. And that's it. Okay. Saved it in the dev vault too. All right, let's try it out. That's what this all comes down to. So we just commit this, we updated the vault, I updated main, this has a couple of new parameters in here. I put a period at the end of this, I don't think that's necessary, so let's just not change that file. And then in here, we start the tool. Okay, I believe the cosmetics tool now starts correctly via Ansible. Let's hope. And Yag, thank you for following. Yeah, Connie, I had this clear scroll back button. I couldn't find it. I looked through a couple of the menus, but it's not super important. Okay, so git pull. The vault has changed. So let's do git checkout Ansible group vars. Why can't I? Oh, I'm in the Ansible folder. Oh. Group vars dev vault.yaml. And then let's also get the prod one, and then a git pull should work. Yep. All right, here goes nothing. Here literally goes nothing if I can't find the command. Okay. Okay, hang on, let me take this off screen for a sec. Let me just think about this briefly. Setting the environment, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I hope. Try this out. And hey, Xpixel. Okay, it worked. Let's take a look. Actually, let's take a look the cool way. Let's do 192.168.126. Did I start it on port 80? I feel like I did. Okay, let's do it the less cool way. And just do a logs. Oh no. Oh no. I never did an npm install here. Oh man. Okay, well we can fix that. Yeah, we can fix that. So close. So close. So botland build / tools / cosmetics combiner. But then the spreadsheet packer is also going to need it. Yeah. Botland build tools spreadsheet packer has a package.json there too. In cosmetics combiner folder, and then in spreadsheet packer folder. Okay, let's try that out. Forgot to install a couple of package.json files. In the, whatever. Okay, let's try that out. Git pull, bash Ansible dev. All right. How many package managers are needed to deploy Botland? About 3 so far. Okay, these shouldn't have any changes, but these should. So cosmetics combiner, this should take a decent amount of time, probably like 5-6 seconds. That's longer than I thought already, but okay. Then it's got one more to do. Then it'll start up, and it'll hopefully start up correctly. We're always aiming for correctness here. Port 80 requires elevated privileges. Okay, see, this is why you don't try to make anything easy to use for anybody. Let's just change the port from 80 to 3000, or 4000 actually, because that's where I'm running it locally. Let's do that. changed the cosmetics tool from running on 80 to running on 4000 port 80 because 80 requires elevation. I don't know. And I could try to figure that out right now, but it's just not important. What's more important is the instant gratification of having run this thing. It's actually not that bad. We're not in dire straits like we were on Friday. That was a bad day. So I'm gonna run this over here and everything should be fine. So what should happen is it should download all the images and then it should convert them into sprite sheets. It's a branch, yeah. Okay, step 1 worked. Step 2 failed. Sprite sheet packer, texture packer settings. Oh, so close. So very close. All right, let's do a BL stop there. All right, where's this running from? That all worked fine, except for the last bit there. But why? So let's go into botland builds, tools, cosmetics combiner. So, okay, this is running from where? The start directory is botland builds. Maybe that's the issue. Botland builds dir. Yeah, that's the problem. I expect this to be run from that directory itself. So we just do bin www. And then here we change into here. So note we change into the cosmetics tool directory so that relative paths to the sprite sheet packer still work. Okay. Okay, so now I think this is gonna work. Change startup path for cosmetics tool. Okay, so let's do a git pull and then another deploy. And I'll kick that off, but I want to delete all of the images from here. Whatever, I'm not going to worry about that. Let's just run logs and hope to see that everything works. In EJ, that might be the case. But so for this particular thing, I'm not so concerned. If the cosmetics tool starts failing at some point, then yeah, it's a matter of fixing it, but it's not a critical process by any means. In fact, we'll probably eventually get to the point where... Did this work? Oh no. Oh, I never accounted for this. No. Okay, here's what we have to do. We have to invalidate the cache. So here's the issue. Everything worked just fine so far. But because it downloaded 0 files, it didn't try running the sprite sheet packer. And because it didn't run the sprite sheet packer, I'm not going to be able to do anything there. So let's wipe out the cache. Where is the cache? Cache.json. It's not there. Oh, where's the cache? There it is. Oh, ooh, that's bad. Wait, what's... It shouldn't be there. Downloaded images and logs. Yeah, neither one of these things should exist. Wait, botland server logs must have been checked in accidentally. No, it wasn't. That's super weird. All of that's super weird. Okay, let's try running that again. Maybe because it wasn't in production? I don't know. It's saying it's untracked. No, that's fine. I understand that. It's not supposed to be a tracked file. What's supposed to happen is when it downloads images, it updates that cache. So it Oh, there we go. Okay, now it should run the Spritesheet Packer because it's downloaded those. Oh, that's exactly what I was trying to fix. Okay, where are we running from? Apparently still here. How did that happen? I did change dir equals tools cosmetics combiner. So it must not be. Maybe I failed the git pull step. Main.yaml had changes. That's very strange. Main.yaml exists in like a million places, but we want the cosmetics tool one. Start, change dir. Yeah, wow. Why is this not working? That's weird. Yeah, I am standing. You're just looking at it and asked to be checked in. Oh, I see. Sorry. I'm not sure what's wrong here. I don't know why I would go into that directory. Let's find out. Let's put this back over to here. Yeah, everything ran fine, and then this path doesn't exist. And the path doesn't exist because it's running from some weird location. I needed to print its current directory. Okay, it at least downloads the images, right? Yeah, it's got those. Also, out of curiosity, I wonder if someone's written a tool for a case like this where you want to see what's in this image without downloading it. So they wrote some like image to ASCII converter. I'm sure someone's done something like that. They must have. They've done pretty much everything by this point. Are you using process.cwd rather than dir name? I'm actually, hang on a second, let me check something out. Maybe it's based on where, no, that would make sense. Okay, right before we do this, we should just print out what directory. So let's do this, bl stop. And let's also remove downloaded images. Or really just deleting the cache would have been fine, or one entry from the cache. Next, I need to modify the server code. Where is that? Wait a second, node module. Cosmetics combiner, source, bin main. All right, let's print out where we're currently running from, which is what? Process.cwd? Yeah. Logger.info, currently running from process.cwd. Yeah, Xpixel, that's got to be scary, because I'm sure it was a lot of work to get to the point that you're at. Did you set CWD on the exec? That's actually a good question. Let's take a look. So Spritesheet Packer, Java. This, oh, it runs from Spritesheet Packer. Got it. Okay, Java. No, I do not. But then it should choose the current directory when I do an exec. Node.js exec. Current working directory of the child process. If I don't specify this, it should just be the current one. Which should be fine. Trickwan says, what is this? This is Botland. Well, it's kind of Botland. This is a particular tool that I'm using to make Botland. And if you have any other questions, just feel free to ask. Exec using process.cwd, not dir name. That should be fine though. And that's what I want to figure out here. So let's go back into Ansible dev. I will copy all of these things. Wait, do I have a fast mechanism here? Extra vars? No, I don't. Wait a second, how does this work? Ansible prod. It's tags that I want. So we just need this over here. Join all these lines. Get rid of all these. Tags will just be stop and start. So we're just going to restart this entire thing. And extra vars are not needed. The rest of this stuff is fine. Okay, so we run logs here. And then over here we run this command. And what we should get almost immediately is the current working directory. Or an error that says logger is not defined. Yes, whatever floats your boat. So we'll just do console.log. There. Oops. Okay, what happened? Where's the file? Oh, I gotta type in the password. Okay, great. So let's see. What is it? Currently running in home. Yeah, this is wrong. What's going on here? I explicitly changed this, and it got updated. Right here, I say chdir equals botland builds dir / tools / cosmetics combiner. That's weird. Yeah, that's really weird. Because I looked at this too, and this has the updated code. It's right there. So what is this doing wrong? This is pretty silly, but let's change this to just, I'll just add test onto the end and rerun this exact same thing, and we should see that got updated. Yeah, it did. So then how is this running from the directory that it currently running from botland builds? I don't understand that. Huh. Maybe, yeah, weird. Are you developing a game by yourself? So I'm developing it by myself, but I'm not working on the whole thing by myself. Probably PM2 always runs stuff in home unless specified otherwise. Oh, you're saying it's a PM2 thing. And also that's what Mr. Silvermatch is saying, which by the way, hi Mr. Silvermatch. PM2 changed my CWD. Global variables and based on the app.js dir name. Latest. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not the one who runs this command. It's Ansible that does this. Okay, well, I could just, instead of specifying a relative path, then I could just use dir name path.join it. I think that'll work. Let's try that out. Because the directory name shouldn't change. So instead of doing, well, the requires will be fine, I guess. Wait a second, what am I doing right now? /spreadsheet packer. Yeah, this. So if I did, instead of this, if I did path.join dir name, wow. What did I just do? All right, let's restart that. So path.join dir name .. spreadsheet packer. And I just got to put a comma in there. Oh my god. Okay. let's try that out. And then I'll fix this on the real code base. All right, let me rm-rf slash downloaded images, botland build slash downloaded images. There, now I rerun this and then it should work. Okay. Is it good? File not found. Botland build tools cosmetics combiner sprite sheet packer. I don't think path.join lets you specify dot in it. Is programming always use relative path? Okay, hang on a second. Let me first verify. Whoops, that's not a console. So const path equals require path. If I just say, so what, I have path.join already? Wait a second. They put everything from node into the, I didn't know that. Huh. So I have, okay. Well, that's a good thing to know about the command line. But path.join a.b. How does this work? It's just b. Yeah, it's not what I expected. And that's why I'm getting the path that I'm getting there. So I guess I just don't do a path.join. I guess I just concatenate. Or could I? Dir name is not defined. Seriously? This doesn't exist in the REPL. How am I supposed to test this? I guess make a really simple script. Echo console.log dir name to a.js node a. Yeah, so it doesn't have a slash at the end, but it's also formatted. So I could change this to I gotta keep deleting this thing. So path.join. So let's just do, all right, sorry, that was, so dir name plus dot slash sprite sheet packer. I just want to make sure this works, and then we'll figure out how to do this better in the end here. So $. Yeah, let's try that out. All right, what do I know about this? Apparently, not enough to get this to work. Oh no, path.join is going to get rid of the dots anyway, because I use that later. Just wrap what you have in path.join without the concatenation. I think the issue I run into here though is that I'm doing path.joins. Just write this code in the correct way over here. So there's a // sprite sheet packer, and that takes place in here. Cosmetics main. Yeah, this. And then I do path.joins, and if there's a .. in here, I think it's gonna screw up. I could just pass in the path. Take that in from the command line. That's a better idea. I'll do that. Yeah. Read mvars, we'll just take that in. This .path to sprite sheet packer equals process.m.path to sprite sheet packer. The path to the runnable. Wait, what? This isn't really needed though, because I have this require up here. Oh, I know what's going on. It's 2 folders up. All right, let's fix this then. Right here, this should have been dir name dot dot slash dot dot slash, and then I think everything would have been fine. I don't know for sure about this. The only way to tell is if I... Can I rerun this? No. God, type in the password. Alright, there. Let's try it out. Hey, it worked. The dots here printed out on their own lines, but that's okay. Let's try going to this URL now. 192.168.126.4000. Oh, this looks very wrong. Very, very wrong. Server responded with a status of 404 not found. Images slash output.json. Well, it's definitely not found. That's correct. Because it's running from the wrong directory. Yeah, images probably exists over here somewhere. Public images. Yeah, there they are. This entire thing should be solved by fixing how the program starts up, not with whatever I'm doing. Because all the directories are going to be wrong here. I can't rely on relative paths if I'm running from a weird startup directory. So let's get rid of the changes that I made. Let's go back to tools, cosmetics, combiners, source, vim, main.js. Get rid of all that path.join stuff that I did. Set it to whatever it used to be. I don't need to take this in. Yeah, paste this line back in. Okay, yeah, so let's take a look at PM2 start options. I don't want to specify a JSON file necessarily. I just want to change the current working directory. Startup script. And I always have disliked trying to find things on here. PM2 specify current working directory. Okay, let's try this then. So what if I did, let's go back to here. Let's just do, whatever, test pm2.js. So we'll just do set interval console.log hello every 1 second, half a second, fine. There. So if I were to just run this, good. And now if I do pm2 start test pm2.js, should get the same thing. Yep. Okay, so pm2 stop all. And then finally, the thing that I actually wanted to test is starting this from a random directory. So let's have this thing print out its current working directory. So when I just run that normally, what does it think it is? It thinks it's the current directory. Oh no, it thinks it's whatever directory I said. Here's what I should do. I should try running this from here. pm2 start del slash test pm2. No, it's desktop. Ah, okay. So now how do I change that working directory? There are some commands I can specify there. Like I have dash dash name. Maybe I can just specify dash dash cwd equals just the C drive, let's say. Let's just do C / Try that out. Unknown option cwd. It was worth a shot. Do they even let you? So we know name is an argument here. Do I even see it here? Like, I'd like some specific options for this. There it is, name. But current working directory is not something you can specify. No. I don't think so. Use dir name for everything because process.cwd is unreliable. You know, I actually have no need to start this in PM2. Like, I might as well use PM2, but if I just used node, everything would be totally fine. Or maybe, you know what else I could do? This is a command, right? Yeah, I could just do this. Never mind. Wait, no, but that chdir is for the command, right? I already looked this up too. Ansible command module. cd into this directory before running the command. Yeah. Strange. Strange. I wonder if this is the problem. What if I just put quotes around that? Okay, wait, it doesn't like that for some reason. I don't know. Well, my syntax highlighter doesn't like that. Is that right? That's what I've done for everything else. The other thing that doesn't make any sense is that it is starting the cosmetics tool. The only way for it to have gotten there is either that I'm just magically in that directory already somehow, which I don't think is possible, or the chdir is actually working. That's the part I don't understand. Like, what if I said /foo at the end of this? Actually, I got to do this on. Let's do this over here. Vim roles cosmetics tasks main. Yeah, so that's chdir. If I just put /foo at the end here, this should all just totally fail. Like, it shouldn't even be able to start up. Yeah, because it can't change into no such file or directory /foo. Yep, great. So it is changing into the directory correctly. But then yeah. Wait, no, I want to be here. That's fine. So let's get rid of that foo that I had here. How many PC games have you made? I haven't really finished many. I finished, the last one that I had made was this one. Actually, it's a command. I've been working on various iterations of Botland for the last like 5 years, and none of them ever got released. So that's a lot of the reason why there's nothing really to show. And then the game I did directly before the prototype for Botland was an Arduino game that was just for people where I used to work. Okay, I don't follow why this is working the way that it is. Also, I've already forgotten now what the output of this thing was, so let me rerun this. Yeah, currently running from. That's right. Okay. Yeah, and that's the part that I don't understand. Huh. I wonder if there's any influencing that directory. It's definitely treating this correctly, otherwise it wouldn't be able to start this. But then the program starts and it's in just a totally different spot. I wonder if this has to do with this somehow. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this problem. And everywhere else that I use this, I guess is working how I expect. Like this, for example. Cster node, yeah, this. Run once, environment, path, yeah. I do the same thing here, I do the same thing here. Very strange. Does it work if you start it with node instead of PM2? Yeah, I'll try that out. That's good, Law Beginner. Do you want to share some screenshots? Okay, so let's just change this to oops. So CTB node bin www, name won't exist. Chdir. So this should all be fine. Now let's try this. What's going on here? This won't actually. Oh, wait a second. It doesn't have an output, so it might be working. There's no way to know. It's actually the reason I shouldn't run a command. Well, but I could still test this out if I just delete that folder, and then I know for sure whether everything's working fine. Yeah, so we just rerun this. And then we give this like 10 seconds, then I just reconnect to here. And if everything's laid out correctly, then yeah, everything works when I just use node. Throw it in Node Inspector and see what the issues are. Hey, MCS Mike. Wait, but the issue is that the startup directory is wrong. Wouldn't that be a PM2 thing? Great. So yeah, let me close out of this. So just changing the command to this worked. So let's save that off here. This command works. This command starts the application correctly, but then process.cwd is equal to home bl deploy botland build. It's not about -10 today. I wonder if, what if I, no, that's a bad idea. I was gonna say, like, what if I did something like cd, whatever the directory is here, and then ran this, but that's not a good idea. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Let's look back at that issues page that I saw that Mr. Silvermatch linked. Sorry, I'm laughing. The English is not great here, and I just pictured that what if this is this person's current picture, and it's just a baby typing, a really smart baby. Alright, anyway, this problem is preventing me from moving to PM2, creates a conflict. Variables and base it on the app.js dir name. Checking out other. Can I just change directory inside the process maybe? Google can't help, hope you can. Error is on line 3023. All the above given error, index out of range exception, array index is out of range. So first of all, this won't ever work because your game object is of length 5, so that means the highest key is going to be 4. But also, yeah, this actually should have been constructed already. Oh wait, but it's not initialized anything. It should be fine. No, I think it's just this line that's the problem. I don't think it should be all of the above. Okay, maybe I just don't worry about this for right now. I don't know. Or I specify a JSON file when I start up and that has the directory that I want. That also seems tedious. Basically everything I do here seems tedious. So what's the least tedious way to fix this? Sorry if I was a typo with 6, it's still giving the error. That the index is out of bounds? Did I close that already? Or is it, yeah. I don't see why that would happen. Yeah, I don't see why that would happen. Like, you get an error on line 16 in the code, because if you deleted all of this stuff, like, I don't see a problem with that code. And so maybe it means keys array is not defined. Maybe they do some wacky reflection to change how initialization order works. I don't know how that would even be possible. Okay, so let me think of my solutions here. So problem, PM2 is not starting in the right directory. So solution number 1 could be base everything off of dir name in the code. Solution number 2 could be stop using PM2. Solution number 3. What else could I do here? Just use solution number 3 is make a config.json that only specifies a current working directory, which is something that I think they let you do here. Yeah, CWD. Pretty silly. Well, Remy, at that point, what I'd suggest you do is, did I? I don't know where this. I guess I closed it as soon as I'd opened it. What I'd suggest you do is it's probably not coming from exactly what you linked. So you have this code. Just try doing something like this. Game object test equals game object dot find. Because index out of range exception could be coming from game object dot find for all I know. And this would at least help you verify this. Also, I don't know what this code is doing here. Like, this is not valid C# as far as I know. So it's very likely that it's trying to invoke something as a function maybe that's not. I don't know, this was just an artifact here. Yeah. So base everything off dir name in the code. If I were to do this, how does this change everything? Let's just write out the code and find out. So let's change this back to what it used to be. I'm not even. So that's exactly what it used to be. That should be fine. Now we change the cosmetics combiner's code. Here, this stuff changes. Path.join dir name dot spreadsheet packet. And let me paste that into here on this machine. So we got to open up vim main. Okay. Yeah, this. Let's paste that there. Delete this line. And then everything should be fine, right? We remove this folder again, we run logs, we rerun this. Actually, it's easier to just check it here. Does that work? Yeah, okay, fine, that works. So then that's it. That's all I want to do. That's just the fix we'll go with here. And yeah, this still works. Okay. Graphics of my game aren't worth showing off yet. I'm a little confused at how that response came 11 minutes late, but that's okay. I don't. And anyway, it's cool that you're making something though. That's nice. I actually made it in the wrong script that runs on all my key objects. I was trying to make the same array 6 times off to the same corner. That happens to everybody. Okay, so I think this is the best thing I can do here. Let's check in all of this, and then this does not need to be done this way anymore. Good, 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 good. And relative paths, I guess we don't even need. It shouldn't matter. All right, let's check it all in, and then switch back to the real branch and test things out. So that's still good. So switch back to the master branch and merge ad hoc test in. So I believe this needs to be checked in as well. This is all of the deploy stuff. I don't know how that happened. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That looks fine. This is running. I should really just comment main.js of whatever this thing is. Probably cosmetics combiner. Main.js of the cosmetics combiner. Lint the code. CLI.json. This changed, and I don't think there's any good reason for this part changing. Botland client public images. And I don't know about this stuff either. Let's just keep it as is. None of that's needed, and then this is going to be needed, yeah. Okay. And the important thing is getting this change in. Hopefully it's there. Where is this? Here. This right here. Yeah. Okay, and then the infra stuff. Did I change anything? I got rid of 2 comments here, so I'll just say removed a comment. Alright, well, that was pretty much it. So this is working. The only thing that I need to do after all of this is test it on a real server. So the Azure machine that I set up. All right, I'll just do this now. So we'll comment this code, this. So downloads all new images from Dropbox and runs them through the Spritesheet packer. Return a promise. Looks good. Runs Spritesheet packer on all of the downloaded images. Also returns a promise. Nah, I'll leave that like that. That's fine. Alright, I guess I'm happy enough with that. Loads the cache file into memory. This returns a string that, no, it doesn't. It returns an object. A JSON loads the cache file and returns its contents as a JSON object. Great. Set up folders. Makes sure that all make sure that the I'll just say that all necessary folders exist on the machine, on the file system. And it returns nothing. List and download. This is a Dropbox interface thing, is it not? List and download. What does this do? This is really just like download everything from Dropbox. Download new images from Dropbox. Downloads all images from Dropbox by searching from the root directory. This will only actually download the image if it was more recently modified on the server than the one that we have in our cache. And this returns a promise. We keep track of those. I think that's fine. This looks fine. Yeah. And then reads in any environment variables needed by this meeting. Sure. Great. That's everything. So this has been commented at least. That's good. Let's lint the code. I don't know if I have a great way of doing this. Also, I should probably stop this program. Git diff. What did I change here? Yeah, this doesn't need to be saved. There, good, perfect. Excuse me. All right, so lint the code. Let's run it. So I go into BL Tools Cosmetics. I don't think I have a way to lint this. Does this include the shared one? It does. So I should be able to type just gulp lint. Hey, that worked. Okay, assert being defined and never being used. I want to get rid of that. Hang on a second. Excuse me. Okay, so data is defined but never used. Let's take a look at that. Drop handler. Oh yeah, that's right. This never needed to exist. Let's just leave that as is. I think that's fine. Strings must use single quote. Sure. And missing semicolon. What, here? Yeah. And missing another semicolon here. Okay. The fact that $sign is not defined anywhere, I could include that as a global, but it's not super important to me. Anyway, the other thing I should verify is the sprite sheet packer. Do I have a gulp file here? Of course not. So gulp lint is probably not going to work, is it? No, it's probably linting client code at this point. And Drunkson, thank you for following. This is Forzen on holiday. I'm not sure what this is doing, because I don't think anything should take this long. Hey Adam, can I show you some code? Object-oriented programming. It works, but I just want to see if it can be improved wherever you can. Things in advance. Yeah, sure. Employer, thank you too for following. Huh. Okay. Well, I said this earlier. I don't know if you guys are here for it, but if you guys get a whisper from BotLad, feel free to click it. It'll let you change my lights. And if you don't get a whisper, then that's because things are broken. So yeah, I can't lint this code unless I put in a gulp file telling it which code to lint. And I really only have a couple of files here. But I would like to lint them. Okay, let's just do something temporarily. Let's copy over cosmetics combiner gulp file over to here. And did that work? Yeah. Then we'll load this up and we'll just save this correctly. So ls dir/d. I don't know what I just did. We want everything in the current directory that's JavaScript, which really works out to be a couple of things. So let's say ./main.js and ./spritesheetpacker.js. Gulp lint. That should work. Perfect. Unexpected console statement. Metadata is defined but never used. Metadata ends by finding the first line and starts with a space. I'll just comment this out for now because we don't need it. Missing semicolon empty block statement. What did I do here? I don't know what this was for. And then missing semicolon. That must have been this. Yeah. Should I send it to you or just make a paste bin? Yeah, paste bin. Or bpaste or any variation on that. Totally fine. Alright, so I think those are good. Now we're just down to unexpected console statements. Yeah. So now let's remove the gulp file because I don't think it's worth having something like that. It actually kind of was worth having now that I think about it. Yeah, I could save that. Nah, it doesn't matter. Alright, so then the code's been linted as well. Switch back to the master branch and merge ad hoc in. So the first thing I need to do is check in what I've done here, which is over here. This gulp file changed. So this is all deploy stuff. Yep. Linting fixes. Those are two separate things. And some of this is actually code. I don't want to change all of this at once. Yeah. Okay, let's choose none and then just cherry pick everything that I want to commit. So what did this do? This downloads images from Dropbox every 45 seconds and runs everything. Okay, the cosmetics combiner tool now downloads images from Dropbox every 45 seconds and packs and runs the sprite sheet packer when necessary. And to accommodate that, we can also include this. Cool. So let's check that in. Good. Now let's also check in this. Updated libgdx. Oh, it's not even version. Oh, added libgdx so that it can get copied on deploys to machines that need to use it. Okay. I think there are 2 more commits here. One about deploy stuff. So that's deploy, and that's it, I think. Yep. So we check in just those 2. The cosmetics combiner tool can now be deployed via deploy.cmd, which was not modified. Hey, Gert. What's been up, Gert? Where have you been? Alright, and these are all linting issues that fixed, and then this was like, that's actually different. Alright, so fixed linting issues. And then we have this. What is the point of this? Now refers to paths that exist on my machine. Alright, so let's push all of that. Good, and then we need to switch back to the right branch here. So let's make sure we don't have any outstanding changes. Good. Now let's do a switch checkout back to master. And then we'll merge in ad hoc test. Cool. Now let's look at the changes that we have here. Oops. Oh, darn it. No. I didn't want to do that. Okay. Well, now I'm going to have the history of everything that happened in ad hoc test. I guess that's not such a bad thing. It's only like 9 commits. But I didn't want to do that. Am I American? Yeah, I am. I've been hacked. Took me a week to get everything back. Oh, whoa, really? Do you know how it happened? And hey, Olo. How would I undo this? I'm pretty hesitant to undo this. Old man, can I look at this on stream? Oh, yeah, you pasted it into the whole stream. Okay, good. So then, all right, let's take a look. I think the stream would have possibly better suggestions than I would. Also, it looks like you copy pasted from Vim. I could give you a better way on how to do that. Also, is this the right main? Yeah. Yeah, so there's a line missing at the bottom, it seems, old man. Yeah, the thing that you're missing here is just main, but that's okay. Hey, Froxy. Little brother's PC got hacked and he has my Netflix, thus my accounts were hacked and downhill from there. Huh. Do you know how your little brother's PC was hacked? Oh, no, yeah. I figured you have to have it. Otherwise, you get an error every time you start this. So one minor thing, and I think this could just be how you pasted it. I prefer spaces, at least between significant lines of code like this. So I just put new lines like this. I think it makes it easier to read. The other thing I noticed right off the bat is not a single comment other than this, which says works, which is probably not a helpful comment to keep in. So just quick observations there. Let's take a look at this other stuff. So this squared minus this squared. Interesting. Actually, it is interesting. I would probably use the math.square root function instead of exponentiation to 0.5. either one works. They're both the same, but I think that makes it a little bit clearer as to what's happening. It's all your fault. Everyone can hack for the tutorial that you made. Yeah. Another thing is A is I'd rename that. So I think in general, spacing between classes, more comments. Also, is it called math.square root? I think it is. Math, import math dot square root. Is this a function? Yeah. Use math dot square root instead of times 0.5 because it makes more sense to readers. What else would I say here? Rename A in shape to be more meaningful. All right, so sides of triangle. So like when I'm looking through this, I see self.a0. You could have named this anything. I'm guessing these are the legs of the triangle, maybe? How do you make a triangle? 3 points, yeah. So you could say something like vertices here if you wanted. Anything like that. Their advertisement replaced with malicious link. Oh, I see. Geez, that's scary. Then lines of code like this, I would probably split up. Self.a. So as a reader, and this is why I'm doing this on stream, because I think it's helpful for people to see how other people might try to interpret their code. As a reader, I look at this and I think, I have no idea what this line does. I mean, I do kind of, because I saw you read these in as points. So this is point dot distance to another point. And so these are the lengths of this, of the sides of the triangle. X. Also, what is this? If you, oh, interesting. This is another thing that's unusual. When you construct a shape with sides, okay, so in object-oriented programming in general, I think what you'd do here is you'd have, all right, sorry, it's going to be a little bit, you would have a def init self in the base classes with something like vertices. And when you're constructing a triangle, this you'd assume would have 3 vertices in it. And then you'd call into the base class. I don't know how you do that in Python. I don't remember. I don't know. I could look at my code and find out. But you'd call into the base class to store these maybe. And then any code specific to triangles would just show up inside of this initializer. So you could get rid of this if length equals 3 and the return here. Or you'd put this into a sides function or something. So I am going over this pretty quickly, I know. But other people can add some comments if they want. Yeah, okay. And then this stuff, I think just take a screenshot of it now, or I can paste it in the chat if you want. And yeah, Gert, he had a different name before that, and then I guess that name got banned from Twitch. I don't remember the old name, though. It had Old Man in it. That's why I'm calling him Old Man, despite that doesn't exist there anymore. Every one of my very names are A through Z. And Alonso, thanks for following. Forget about unit tests, don't overpad, usually call my verse. Well, Old Man, so going through the code, knowing what's going on, like, so I have, I'd say, a decent amount of experience looking through this stuff, and it's a good skill for any programmer to have, to be able to look at code that you're using and see what it is that it does. So it's something that you will, oh yeah, that's what it was, yeah. There's your name. Hey, Tom Servo. So I used to code that way, by the way. I used to. When I first started out, I did not know, actually, maybe I did know, I don't know. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I did things like A equals 5, B equals 10, and just some random function. The function names probably were a little bit better. I probably had some function called like do stuff or something, A, B. And yeah, looking through my code years later, no idea what A was supposed to represent or why I chose that letter and not even something like R, for example. But yeah, you break those habits eventually. Do you do beta testing for other programs? I don't. I used to be a professional software tester, and I did not like doing that. Like, it's fun to do for a couple of days at a time, I think. But I don't like doing it for years on end. So I accidentally did this without specifying no fast forward, but it's done. Now test it to make sure that's working on end. Now I'm pretty sure I have overwritten the to-do list file. Yeah, this is why I shouldn't work out of two different Sublime tabs. All right, well, let's do it. So let's go into SSH Butler. I have this new, right here. So all we need to do is close out of everything and possibly run a new deploy. Yeah, I'll do that. Let's just run a new deploy. That way I know for sure I've got everything that I need. And I'll clean up all of this stuff actually. So Debian 2 I don't really need anymore. Debian 1, sure, fine. Let me SSH into the prototype machine. Okay, sorry, I had to do this off screen because this stuff shows up that shouldn't show up. And no problem, old man. Like I said, I think it's great to ask questions, and there are people in here who know Python way more than I do, and they can probably tell you more about Pythonic code. And I can only tell you just in general, like, here's a good idea, here's a bad idea. And even, I mean, I know Python, I just don't know it as well as, like, Superman probably. So I've actually had the time to learn some Git, and I don't think it's too hard at all. Yeah, I think Git, at least the basics, and especially for a one developer team, is pretty straightforward, pretty simple to use. I think there are some ways you can shoot yourself in the foot, and I think for multi-person teams, there's more to learn there too, of course. Okay, so I'm in this machine. I think I installed some basic stuff. Let's take this, and we'll install the prod version. So let's do vim prod host. We'll just do cosmetics tool. This is wrong, actually. I need to do something else. I need to do a git reset hard, and I need to do git checkout master, git pull. Already up to date. That's impossible. What? Switch to branch master. Your branch is up to date. Did I not push? I must not have pushed. That has to be the problem. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's working. Then the deploy should have finished. Yes, good. Let's push that onto the server. And I want to make sure not to include any of the things that don't belong. So bundle min change, yeah. So minor changes. I think it was like linting maybe. My deploy messages are great. Hey Bukar. Yerzib says, what's a good programming language to start with and what's the best way to learn that language? I have the perfect note for you. I just don't know where I put the note, so hang on a second. People learning programming. Okay. So, it's already highlighted even. I didn't do that just now. It doesn't really matter which programming language you learn first. You're likely, if you're going to stick with it, you're going to learn a lot of them, and technology changes. I mean, I wrote these things down. But what's the best way to go about learning that language? That's actually something I did not. Yeah, I didn't write that down, right? How to learn programming. So I think in general, it's no different from learning anything else. It's some combination of like studying and practice. However, with programming, make sure you, well, wait, how should I say this? Studying, practice, talking to other people, teachers, coders, etc. Yeah. As for the specific how, so more specifically, there are lots of resources out there books, sites, tutorials, and I, Adam, cannot recommend specific ones, given that I haven't consumed a lot of those. So I can't help you with some of the more specific ways. What I would suggest is, what you could always do is you can download whatever programming language environment you want and just start working in it. So for something like Python, I have this, and I don't think this is great, but this would work at least a little bit. Also, what else did I miss in chat? I found out we're going to be learning Prolog. Oh, also, hey, Weedley. I've never heard of it before. Any good, do you know? I think I've used Prolog for like a week or two. So I don't think it's a language that's very popular today. And it's also not for imperative programming as far as I remember. Prolog is programming in logic. And it's very different from other things. Yeah, general purpose logic programming. Yeah, so it'll be, I consider this to be a stretch for your brain. I don't think you'll probably end up using this too much in practice, but there's a lot of good things you can learn from it. And even just knowing about different paradigms of programming. For example, so imperative programming is when you say something like do thing 1, do thing 2, and your code just executes top to bottom, pretty straightforward. There's other paradigms. You will probably learn about them if you're in college. What else did I miss? Been there and totally sucks, not know what to do. Started the homework, nothing else. I'm totally read homework. Yeah, and hey, blocks. Call me blocks. Okay, well, if someone writes that in their starting message, then I should probably write that down with the rest of the names. Blocks. There. Well, welcome to the stream, blocks. What else do I have here? Stack Overflow, pick a real life problem, and fix it with programming. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think when it comes to practicing, try to come up with a project that is slightly beyond your current skill level. Did I write this down here? Like Pong and the progression and everything? No. Okay. So if you're just starting out, aim to make a guess a number program where the program says something like pick a number 1 to 10 and will respond with lower, higher, or correct. If you've been programming for a while, I don't know, I should write more things here. Eventually I want to share this out because a lot of people ask about how they can learn how to code, and I think really the most important thing at first is just setting expectations. Like, these are just the two most important things, I think. Just make some progress and have fun, and that's all you should focus on at first. There's no doing things wrong. There's even no doing things right at first. Just these are the things you should worry about. I agree. Can you tell me what AngularJS does? I know it's made by Google. Is it made by Google? I didn't even know that. Well, okay, this is not important. But as for what it does, it's... Oh, whoa, by Google, yeah. Was that always the case, or did they just get acquired? No. This wasn't always by Google, was it? Brat Tech LLC. Huh. Anyway, it's a couple of things. Yeah, they write this here. It's like a model view controller, so it's mostly the front end of your application, and they happen to follow this design pattern, which you can read about pretty extensively, probably on Wikipedia. Yeah. It's called MVC because you have a model and a view and a controller, and they all kind of interact with each other. And there are other ways of doing this too. So like React and Redux uses a different kind of paradigm. And then they also do some other things. I haven't really used Angular. It was always Google? Okay, wow. You should see the new Masterpiece Monster. Oh yeah, that. Your faith is shaking. All right, well, now it's time to test this. So I believe I have deployed everything. Let's make sure that that's the case. Did I press enter on all of the dialogues that I have open? Yep. And yep. Okay, cool. Let's try it out. Where did that go? Here it is. So I believe that I will not have this. Yeah, okay. There's kind of a problem. I've already shown you guys the IP address of the machine that I'm about to connect to. So is it worth password protecting this? Maybe I'll just set up the firewall so that only the artist's IPs are allowed to connect to this thing. Yeah, I guess so. The ports aren't going to be opened, so I won't even be able to connect to it at first. Well, let's set this up and just see if it's working. So cosmetics tool, we'll just run this, bash ansible prod, and hopefully everything works. It immediately failed. I know what happened. It's trying to connect with the wrong remote user. Alright, let's fix this then. So tags, I don't need tags here. What I need are extra variables. Extra vars, and I don't remember how to specify this. Bash ansible prod dev has an extra vars. It's in quotation marks. So we can just say remote user equals Adam, I believe, and then try running this. And that should, nope, that failed too. Extra vars, where is this? Database, oh, it's equals. Whoops. Okay, that's an easy thing to fix. And that's not how you fix that. That's how you fix that. Did it work? No. Okay, well, I'll just run it with verbose output after I finish reading chat. You use an EBS EC2, right? I use both of those, yes. Model is from the... How long did it take you to get used to Ansible? How long did it take me to get used to Ansible? That was like 3 entire days. I think that took me much longer than it should have. And when I say 3 entire days, I guess I mean something like 18, 19 hours. But I think I was very slow to it. Getting used to things when you're streaming it is not the same as getting used to it normally. It might have taken me like 9 hours doing it normally, but I don't think it would have taken me 18. Okay, anyway, let's run this with the VVV option off screen so that I don't show a bunch of stuff I shouldn't be showing. So what happened here? Unreachable, the output was, oh, the output is a lot. This control socket does not exist. Am I connecting as Adam to this thing? SSH Butler. Adam at that. Yes, that is the name. Huh. So then what's going wrong here? Oh, I know what's probably happening. It's... this is... It needs a... Yeah. Okay, I got it. It needs an SSH key that it doesn't have. I have never used Ansible to deploy to a machine except for Sinopia. So that means in my SSH config... All right, let's go take a look at this. God, this took me a little while to troubleshoot in my head. So let's go into SSH. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, because you need to do this. And then, let me just do this over here. And then config. No, what? I must have used an agent for this. I don't know, this doesn't make any sense. Let's just open up config over here. So all we need to do is change this. So we say host this address, user Adam identity file is going to be, I don't remember what I made it. Yep, I don't remember. Well, I must have done this somewhere. SSH key. Start pageant. Start the auth script. Oh, this is obnoxious. Where's the path to that script? Here it is. Set auth sock. But that's not run pageant. Path to SSH pageant is there. And yep, okay, well, we'll eventually figure out where this stuff is. So what key does this try adding? This was like, I don't, what is this? 200 lines of code or something that I wrote to get around starting up an SSH agent. Absolutely ridiculous. And I don't even know where the key is that I'm trying to use here. It must have been in my home folder somewhere. Otherwise, there's no way this could have worked, right? .ssh. I don't know. I don't think it even matters. I don't know. It must be using, okay, I have an idea for what's going on here, and I think I know how I can fix it. I just don't like it. So I got to do this off screen again. I'm sorry about this, guys. Documents, SSH, private.pem. I don't know what this is supposed to be or how this is supposed to work. And I have a feeling this is wrong. So I'm going to just try this out. And if it works, then great. No, it didn't work. Is that going to work? Nope. Okay, well, I don't know what to do. Let's keep messing around with stuff. Adam's chat interaction. Hey, I needed to look at some stuff. I will interact with chat now. No, old man, I think it's just, it's a matter of just getting used to it. I don't think that's unusual, and I think it's easy to run into those problems even later. Oh, I actually started to watch that video with my wife, and I don't think that's up her alley. So I think we watched like 30 seconds or 45 seconds, and then either something happened that we needed to stop watching, or I said, okay, I'll watch this on my own later. Why would you ever send that to your mom? That's actually a good question. And hey, Pro Sam. My mom is cool. What prevented me from using a full stack JavaScript framework is that they always assume you want to do SP. I don't know what that means. You couldn't call her out without the URL being modified. Keyboard is sick. We want the mechanical keyboard. All right, there. Chat has been interacted with. All right, I hope you're happy. I'm usually better about it. I was just doing a bunch of things off screen. I'm not sure how I ever connected to this thing, or whether I'm supposed to specify a different SSH key or get this to work somehow. Whoa, wait a second. This is running on, oh yeah. This is running on a different machine entirely. That's why this isn't working. I changed the SSH config of my machine. That makes no sense. So SSH has the config there. Let me go modify that. Vim SSH config. Let me take a look at this off screen. And I should have, I bet this is the case. This is what's gonna happen here. I called it. Where as soon as I can find this file. User profile / SSH product. There is an IP address in here that I do not recognize, and I bet it is this one. Yes, it is. Problem solved. All right, let's just fix this. So we do 44. Nope, I pressed 45. Actually, 45 is probably fine. There we go. And now we just paste in here. Okay, and now I just change this IP address to 52.160.98.39. Done. Watch this. Watch this. You ready? This is what we're going to do. Enter passphrase. I have an idea. I think I have this saved. That work? Oh, it worked. Look at that. Okay, so now we should have a whole bunch of stuff streaming onto this machine. I think it's gonna work. These chat chores are done for 10 more minutes. The leading zero in Anomaly is to specify that it's octal, I believe. So, wait, is it octal? No, that it's, I'm not sure actually. Never mind. Do I take back what I said? It is an octal number, right? Because if you specify something like 777, yeah, I think the leading zero is to specify that it's octal. Let's just look up leading zero. Yeah. Number is an octal representation, not in decimal. Yeah. So that's why. And that's typical of some programming languages. I think Python might do that too. So if you say 010, I think this is equal to 80. No, is it 010? How do you? Okay, just ignore all of that. Let's just act like that never happened. And then let's get back to the real issues, which is whatever is going on here. npm config set prefix node, no such file or directory. Oh, I never installed Node on this machine. That is true. There is no such file there. Good job, Ansible. Where do I get the Node install from? I wrote this somewhere. I don't remember where. Installing Node. Here we go. Curl into sudo bash. No, everyone makes fun of me. This is actually a valid time to make fun of me. Alright, so we just copy paste this into here. Got it. Got it. And then we run sudo. Have I watched Mr. Robot yet? No, I haven't. I've heard good things about it. And 010 would be 8, not 80. Yeah. That's my bad. And either way, 0100 would be 64, not 80 anyway. So I'm not sure what I was. Whatever. Spend all this time setting up Ansible, but you're not going to use it to install Node on that box? No, so that's something that I haven't used Ansible for because that's baked into my images. So my Amazon snapshot that I've taken has Node on it, and it also has Git, and it also has a couple of other things. So I don't want to use Ansible to like totally set up the box because I don't want it to have to run those steps when it already exists. Because like this takes a long time, and there's no knowing whether it install a new version or something. I don't know. So I'll just do things this way. It actually takes a very long time. And then I also need Git, otherwise that's going to fail. Oh, I have Git. How do I have Git? I must have installed it. Do I need anything else on the box? Well, we'll find out if I need anything else on the box when this thing just fails, inevitably. So let's rerun this. I need the key again. There we Do you think everyone should learn to program like those annoying treehouse ads? I haven't seen those ads, but I think everyone should probably take like a class on it. And by that I mean if you're already out of school, learning how to program, you probably already have a path in life and everything, so maybe not. But um, I don't see a reason why a high school can't just have, let's say there's math 1, 2, 3, 4. That programming is one of those classes. I'm not saying take away from math. I just think it's a good thing for people to learn, even if they find out that they don't like it, which is how schools typically work. You're forced to take a bunch of subjects, and it turns out you don't like one or two of them, or in some people's cases, all of them. You can have different roles to do that and only run setup on a new box. Yeah, I think at this point it'd just be a lot of configuring. I'm not opposed to doing it necessarily, but I don't see a big benefit to doing it right now. Well, once this is done, all I would need to do, actually, wait a second, you guys have already seen this art, so I guess I could open it up just for the sake of testing. It's probably a bad idea. It's probably a bad idea. Oh, wait a second. Is this set up to use Sinopia? It must be, but I didn't do that. Use Sinopia. I apparently did do that. Sinopia host. Oh, wow. Everything works. Pretty nice. Yeah, I'm really glad I used something at least for setting all of this up. Ansible, Chef, whatever. And yeah, see you, old man. And no problem. Oh, installing Java failed. Why did it fail? Permission denied, unable to lock directory. Could not open lock file. Are you root? Question mark. Am I not root? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not. Darn it. Okay, let's try just manually fixing this. So roles, cosmetics, tool, tasks, main. I think this particular one, installing Java, needs to be done as just the remote user. Let's try that out and just try rerunning this. This stuff should all be fast because it doesn't have anything new to install. In fact, I could have just fast forwarded to that particular step. I don't know why I didn't. Ansible rips the fattest space. The biggest clouds. That's what cloud software is all about. Look at all this green text I have. Alright, so much for that should be fast. I guess it's not that fast. Time wasting technology. Alright, is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? It hasn't errored immediately. EJ, how many times have you seen that video? I'm guessing at least 3 times. I've actually probably seen it 3 times. Alright, this is taking a long time. But that's presumably okay. So let's go change the code over here too. We're going to go into cosmetics main.yaml. And then in here, we're just going to say, note, we do not specify a become user for this so that we run as root. Note that become true. Actually, become true is probably the best thing to do there, huh? And I think that's what Tom Searles is saying, yeah. So Ansible become user. Let's take a look. So specify set to true to activate privilege escalation. Yeah, so let's just do that. You need to be root in order to, well, you need to enable privilege escalation in order to install Java. So this is intentionally not a become user directive. Just twice, originally and just again 20 minutes ago. Boatland on the other time, hundreds. It's just such a silly... I haven't even shown it to the other people who are on the team. I'm pretty sure they'd think this is what you spent your time doing, Adam. Like, really? You could have just worked on the game and you worked on a stupid video? Personally like the idea of Boatland. Please, no. No, you don't. No, that's a terrible idea. No one wants to play that game. People want to play Botland, and if there happens to be a boat bot, then that's fine. It'd just be so crazy. Alright, I'm just waiting for this to finish. So let's break into the strawberry. I don't know if this is slowly working, if it's not working at all. What kind of marketing will Botland have? There's been a Facebook ad campaign running for the last several months, but that's just advertising the stream right now. I don't know what's going on right now. That's just advertising the stream. Eventually, we'll be utilizing that to advertise the game and not just the stream. Yeah, let the bot puns flow through you. Okay, so I'm gonna give this another minute, and in the meantime, so let's set this to a minute. Well, no, let's set it to a minute, which is what I said. There we go. So in the meantime, I'm gonna close out of all these extra things that I have open. So let's see, Ansible, don't need. That's actually something I gotta be careful of. Let me write this down over here. DevOps, Ansible. So note, as of here, I have my personal Dropbox, OAuth, credentials. No, you'll capitalize that A if I tell you to capitalize it. Saved in the vaults. I should invalidate those credentials by revoking them, which you have to do through the API apparently. Dropbox revoke OAuth. OAuth guide. Yeah. User may revoke access at any time. Yeah, how do I do that? Anyway, whatever. Find out how on the Dropbox. If anyone else ever starts interacting with the Botland codebase. Also, I don't think the codebase has the passwords in it, unless they're encrypted. So I think that part's fine. Wait, does pot.land actually exist? I'm the leading news informer about medical marijuana. Huh. It actually does. Well, the more you know. So installing Java worked. It just took like a minute. And unzipping this failed. Failed to find handler. Make sure the required command to extract the file is installed. What? Really? What is the required command? Debian unzip zip file. What do you need for this? Unzip. And what, this doesn't exist on this machine? Unzip command not found. And what? It does exist on this machine? Oh, wow. So I just need the unzip command. Well, that's stupid. Sudo apt-get install unzip. Can't believe this. .land is for sale. So I guess I'll add this to the OS's list, or maybe, what else do I need to say here? The AMI needs to have, nah, it doesn't really. This is just for the sake of that. Thigs. Oh, enter the passphrase again. You're just gonna go through all of those. Any more pun-related April Fool's jokes will just be lost. Does boat.land resolve to anything? Oh, whoa, it actually does. I think I'm getting hacked right now. It's trying to steal the code to botland. Okay. So much for realizing my dreams. Alright, I'm gonna wait for this thing to finish. GeoCities. Oh yeah, I want to close out of these tabs. So, close out of those, and this, and this, and these, and probably the same thing over here. Don't need it, don't need it, don't need it, don't need it, don't need it. Okay, cool. Where do we stand with this? It's done. All right, so on this machine, if I do a curl localhost 4000, it returned the cosmetics combiner. Perfect. So it is running. Let me go and test this out now. So allow access to port 4000 from only my IP address. In order to do that, I've got to connect to, so where is it? It's called like Azure Portal, I guess. And I don't even know what my username and password is, so I got to do this off screen. It's redirecting me. Okay, there we go. Surfing ninjas. .. is actually a pretty interesting URL name. So I guess I can show you all of this right up until the point where, no, wait, no, I can't. Because I'll have my IP address here. Yeah, never mind. Okay, I got to just set this up off screen. Okay, how do I do this? Network security group. No, that's not how. Why is this so difficult? Why can't I just figure this out easily? Here it is, inbound security rules. Got it. So we add a new rule. I'm going to just narrate what I'm doing. This is like watching baseball in the 50s. So name, allow Adam access. Source port range, destination port range is 4000. But then source, CIDR block. Yeah. What's my IP? That's my IP address. And I press OK. Actually, wait, no, before I press OK. Before I press OK, let's try accessing it right now. Let's copy that to my clipboard so I don't accidentally paste in my IP address. User profile SSH butler. If we try going to that right now, it should be denied. And if it's not, then there's a big problem. Okay, so it is denied. Now I press OK on this, and then hopefully it works. Show us something interesting on the main screen. Okay, so this should work now. It says updating. I don't know how long it takes to update. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna load? It still says updating. There's no progress bar or anything though. Come on. If I had to say come on a bunch of times, it'll probably work. Okay, the updating flag went away, so I would expect, oh, it worked. Check it out. All right, but then everything else failed. Ooh, that's not good. That's really not good. All right, let me do something else off screen here then. So screen, uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. This whole terminal is screwed up right now. I can't type anything. Okay, let's close it, reopen it. Yeah, what's going on here? I wonder if it's stuck in, no, what? I can't even SSH into it anymore. Uh-oh. It appears as though SSH has failed. Oh, whoa. What? It just, what? No idea what just happened. All right, let me try this again. That was super weird. I still can't even connect to this machine. But I guess this works, and I downloaded the images correctly and everything. That's pretty nice. EJ, giving some credence to my comedy career. All right, I don't know what's happening. I can't connect. I wonder if it's the rule that I just set up. If somehow, no, it's an allow rule. No, everyone should be able to connect on port 22 as long as they know the password. And this is working, obviously. I have these images here. And if I refresh the page, these errors should go away. I have a feeling this is under extreme load right now. And I don't know why, but this is a pretty good indication that something's wrong. So is not being able to SSH in, by the way. Do I have something like failed to ban install? No. I don't. So yeah, people could muck around with SSH all they want, I guess. Well, the people on this stream. Okay. Yeah, something's bad. All right, what do I do at this point? So let's take a look. What is the CPU usage? It can't even connect to this machine anymore, can it? Something must have spun out of control here. But what? Like, what is going on right now? Is the machine even online? Can't find out any details. Yeah, ripping pepperonis indeed. Very weird. Oh, there it goes. Okay, and now no available data. I would very much like to see some available data. Yeah, weird. My SSH connection just ground to a halt. I can't connect to this anymore. I guess I'll just restart the machine. But then I won't know what happened here. Memory leak without swap? I mean, it had to be a pretty crazy memory leak to have leaked like 3 gigabytes instantaneously. Alright, let's restart it. Restarting virtual machine. What a sad day. All right. Well, now what? I guess we wait like 2 minutes. Is this one of the machines running Botland? No, it's not. And HSRU says, what does a client use to exchange info with the server? WebSockets, AJAX, something else? So in the game, it's WebSockets. Right now, all this is just HTTP. Okay, so let's try this out. At some point, I'll be able to SSH in, and then I'll show you guys what's happening exactly. We'll figure this out together. Then we'll eat lunch together. We'll become best friends. I'm waiting for this thing to start up right now. I should work on Sublime magic tricks. I can show you those in the downtime. Is this thing back up? It says running. Let's refresh this page. It's probably not a good idea to refresh the page. CPU percentage still not available. Still can't SSH into the machine. And hey, HSRU. And by the way, Surfing Ninjas, is your day going better than yesterday? What WebSockets framework do you recommend, or just build your own? I use Socket.io, but I don't know what other people recommend. I also always say I'm running, yet I'm still sitting here watching. I don't know what to do at this point. Can't SSH, can't connect. It must be the security rule. Maybe that's what screwed up. Because this thing's not going to ever be running again. Unless the IP address changed. 2160. No, that didn't change. Alright, let's disable the rule that I created. And maybe things will just start to work. Because this makes very little sense. Fine, let's do that. Yeah, this thing's like impossible to control. Okay, I made a rule called give Adam access. I guess let's... This doesn't make any sense though. This can't stop things. It's an allow rule. If it doesn't match anything, it just won't do anything. Maybe I screwed something else up somehow. No, this is right. Maybe Pageant stopped running, or whatever it's called, SSH agent. Where is it? SSH Pageant. Yeah, there it is. That's running. Maybe I just kill it and restart it. I don't have any better ideas right now, so I guess I'm going to do that. Okay, so let's kill it, end task, and then restart it. Okay, restarting it's even taking a long time. Right, I should see it show up here. I'm SSH'd into one box already. Okay, it should, there it is. Okay, now what? I can connect? Nope. No, I cannot. Day's going better than yesterday. That's good. Okay, well, I'm lost. This machine is apparently up, and yet I can't connect to it. I can't read any CPU data about this. Maybe I stop it and then start it. Like, what is it doing? Maybe I delete the rule that I made in it? Yeah, maybe, let's just do that, fine. I'll delete the rule that I made. Maybe somehow that screwed everything up. I don't know how that could happen. But there, it's deleting it now. If this all of a sudden just starts working, then I do not know what happened. Yeah, all that stuff worked fine. Then SSH stopped. And I guess SSH stopped as soon as I... Oh, uh-oh. That was bad. Alright. So it's still set to updating. So I can't do anything yet. Sorry about the terrible VMs, everyone. Okay, there, it's finished. So now I should be able to connect to it. No. Alright. Yeah. I'm just gonna kill it again, I guess. I don't know what else to do here. So let's get this machine and restart it one more time. It's saying connection timed out. I just don't understand. Also, this is... Seriously, how do I see the IP address? There it is. 52.160.98.39. So let's do this. Let's stop it. Hey, folk. How much for me to take your entire code base and port it to Chef? I don't think porting it to Chef would be very difficult, given that everything is specified very nicely in a bunch of uniformly named files, main.yaml. So now, yeah, this is stuck to updating. I don't know why stopping a machine would take this long. Is it even still updating? Yes, it is. I don't get it. I just don't get it. What could I have done that would persist over a reboot that would prevent my machine from starting up in the way that I want? There's no documentation on source srclient.dll. How is this possible, and how are Microsoft employees able to know how to use it? I don't know what srclient.dll is, but internally in Microsoft, you would have a lot more information than you have outside. Unless it's something that users are expected to be able to interface with, in which case you just have the source code in addition to that. Maybe some design docs or something. Does Azure have a log you can look at from the panel? It does. And as soon as this thing is shut down, I'm going to check them. Yeah, okay. So where do we look? Audit logs, not there. Informational. Boot diagnostics. What's going on here? What's your opinion on esports and such? I don't know how to answer that. I think that's like if someone said, "What's your opinion on sports?" Like, do you mean do I like them? Do I think it's a valid means of entertainment or competition? All right, I don't know what I'm doing here. I kind of want to just wipe out the entire machine and start again. Okay. Let's try this out. So I have, oh great. Connection reset. All right, let's reconnect to this thing then. And everything is trying to go wrong today. All right, so I'm reconnected to this. I guess what I could do is I could try deploying onto this machine Let's do that. Vim prod host. Just put this here. And then run Ansible prod. Okay, so in some amount of time that should be done. I would expect at some point for this machine to have finished shutting down. It's not. It's still in the updating phase. I can't even terminate the machine though. I don't understand what's going on. Should I just delete the machine and then restart? Also, what happened to chat? Here it is. I thought you moved to Amazon. I mostly moved to Amazon. I'm still using Azure for some things. And I played it on stream the other day. Maybe it was on my other monitor actually. But it was only for like 20 seconds. I wanted to see if running into another snake's tail would eat it like it did in Spurtman's game, and it doesn't. You die if that happens. Okay. I think I'll probably get lunch soon and then try to figure this out. I'll wait for this to finish. If this works, then fine, great. But oh, this doesn't even matter. All right, yeah, I'll just go get lunch. None of this matters. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for watching so far. When I come back from lunch, I will be back for 3 hours or so, and I will hopefully finish this up. And any extra time that I have, I will probably just work on the art tool still. I'll get back to infrastructure tomorrow. But yeah, for now I'll just go get lunch, and like I said, afterward. Yeah, BRB lunch isn't working. Sorry. Also, I just gotta type lunch. There we go. Aw, EJ. You get a lot of stuff like that in your CS 101 class. It's pretty funny. Okay, here we go. Let's close just these tabs. All right. Yep, I'll be back after lunch. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching so far. I'll just sit down. Okay, let's see. I don't know if Delta Blade is still here. Let me try typing. Okay, Delta Blade is apparently still here, but I don't know if you're listening. But either way, you said, is this Python? The stream is not Python, no. I'm typically working in JavaScript. Also, that was, what, half an hour ago? Yeah, you're probably not here right now. But I'll find out when I scroll down to the bottom of chat. Wait, what? How exactly was he helpful if there's not even a donate button? I don't know what that's referring to. Oh, Marnix, thanks for the follow. This was now 6 minutes ago. So I'm still backed up a bit. Let's see. And thanks for the welcome backs. Okay, cool. So we're good. So I wanted to figure out what happened to my VM. I also wanted to see if this thing ever completed. Did it? No, right. Unzip doesn't exist on the machines. I could just install unzip that way. Might not be a bad idea. No, I saw the message, Judge Bacon. I'm not going to be playing Slither.io. Not right now, at least. Maybe sometime. And hey, Warforia. I mean, oh hey, Warforia. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Why is your question ignored? What question? Oh, anyone know of a way to easily compile C++ source files? Yeah, you should download GCC. And then just do something like this. Test.cpp. Int main. How do you write in C++? Oh god, I haven't written this for forever. stdio. Can I do this? Can I do cout hello world? I don't remember. And I think I need to say like, oh, I haven't done this in forever. Does this even work? No such file or directory. Cout was not declared. Do I just need to... I shouldn't need to do that, and it's apparently not... Anyway, whatever, I don't know. You can use GCC, so you should go download it. The lag between chat and video is ridiculously reduced. What happened? I didn't do anything. Okay, so the VM had stopped. I'm going to start it up again. So here goes, starting virtual machine. If we get a CPU graph, then we're already doing better than we were earlier. Visual Studio doesn't work? I mean, yeah, you could do that too. Sorry, I took the question very like literally. An easy way to compile C++ source files. I guess GCC is an easy way. Visual Studio is like a very heavy way, but I should have tried to figure out like, yeah, what are you trying to do? So ProSam, if you are trying to do anything reasonable with C++, yeah, I'd say Visual Studio is a good way. The C++ source files don't come with a solution. You can always make a solution. I mean, a solution is just a wrapper around a couple of things. So Visual Studio.sln file is a bunch of settings. So there's whatever paths to include, libraries to link against, to whatever other flags for the compiler. And then there's all of the associated files, whether like, and then, you know, project settings, like whether they're open or not, whatever. So these things you're going to need anyway if you're going to specify something on the command line. So you might as well just make a solution file probably and then specify all that yourself. All right, is this up and running? Why does this take so long to start? I'm really about to just delete this machine. I don't know what happened here. Really just, I don't know. Oh, G++, okay. Oh, you were on vacation. Where'd you go? Also, yeah, the IP address of this changed. It's a very low IP address, 13.91. So assuming this worked, let's go try this out. So I can change this, and then I also need to change it on that Debian 1 box. So we go to vim ssh config g. Okay, so let's try SSHing into the machine. I really hope that at least works. So I need to run this off screen for just a sec. It failed. What? Yeah, I can't SSH any longer. How did this break? Do I just make a new one at this point? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Let me take a look off screen again for a sec. I have my rules set up correctly. Did something turn off SSH? Do I need to... Man, I don't know what's going wrong. Okay, let's try... Can't you see a boot log? Yeah. Oh, and hey, not for Bennett. Yeah, it is a plugin, and thankfully Remy's got my back. I mean, there's this. Let me take a look again off screen for just a sec. I don't know why this would happen though. Like, I don't have any reasonable conclusions here. Okay, let's do something else then. I'm going to connect to AWS console. I need my password and my phone and everything else. Like 8 different forms of authentication for this. So let's go find... Then I get the authenticator code. I type that in. Okay, so here I am on here. Let's take a look. Can I see CPU usage through this thing? Keyboard camera's off. Oh, I wasn't actually typing a password. The authenticator thing is, oh, shoulder cam off. Okay, fine. So yeah, can I see CPU usage here? Monitoring. I can. And it was at 25% as of, I don't know when that is. That's 8:30 at night UTC. What's current time in UTC? So that was 32 minutes ago. Well, longer than that, actually. So that was right before lunch. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, because that's when I kicked this thing off. And network out was 200 kilobytes. That's fine. Okay. CPU credit balance. Oh, because I've had it running for so long. Interesting. And I used 1 credit earlier. Wow. All right, well, a couple things I got to do. One of them is go back into this thing, and in addition to apt installing this, I also want to get unzip. Install unzip. And I don't think I want to do this as a particular user. So this is needed on Debian boxes to be able to run the unzip step below. All right, so that's one thing. Then I guess I push that. So the unzip tool is now installed via Ansible, so that unzipping libgdx.zip doesn't fail on brand new machines. So now we go over to this and we re-provision the overseer, and that should all just work, I hope. So, and then we connect to the overseer again, which this should have failed. Yep, of course. So let's just close that, I guess, and go back to here, ls. We get the IP address. We connect to that IP address. Do a CLS screen-rd. Okay, so screen here. Okay, now we wait. So what step is it on? It is installing. This stuff should go fast. It already got through these steps originally. In fact, it shouldn't have changed anything. I find it weird that it says that it changed something. Oh, come on. I forgot to do a git pull. Oh, what? Git diff become user. Yeah. Okay, great. So let's git check out that file. And then a git pull. And then run the thing I wanted to run. You can do it, computer. You can git pull. Believe in yourself. Anything is possible. Ah, there you go. What did I tell you, computer? Getting a 4K monitor. Ooh, yeah. That's nice. My monitors are super old. Hey, Dax. Welcome back. You're doing a great job. Now EJ is a bot as well. I think EJ has set internval. Adam, you're doing a great job. And I think the timeout is set to like 60 times 1,000. I think this is it. It's just a Twitch chat logger. Okay, so we should be good over here. It is running and great. Everything's good. So now if we wanted to, here's what I could go do. I can change the security group that the overseer has. I got to do this off screen. I got to do practically everything about this stuff off screen. And I add a rule for port 4000 to allow it for just my IP address. Now we get the IP address that I pasted in here. I have no idea what this is, so let's just get rid of that. And when I copy paste this into here, should all work. Yep, good, cool. All right, well, it's working on Amazon. I just can't get it working on Azure. Must have looked like the biggest nerd alive earlier today. I was working on my project. Class was over. Was in the middle of copying stuff. making an action movie out of your own life. And hey again, Tougher Box. All right. Well, this worked over here. I guess I'll just terminate the Azure machine that I made. And we'll just make a new one. Like, I don't know what else to do about this. And this is definitely not a scalable thing I'm doing right now. Yeah. You ready for this? Are you sure you want to delete the machine prototype? Deleting. Thank goodness. All right, so the important part of this is going to Dropbox. I gotta open up another window for this stuff. God, this is probably the most annoying thing about streaming, I think, which is that there's some stuff I just can't show you guys, and so I need to manage a bunch of different windows, and then you guys aren't looking at anything during that time. Everything else is just peachy. Okay, so here we go. If I were to add in, how would this work? How would this work? Oh, I didn't think about this, did I? No. So, okay, yeah. Here's what I should do. I should go get the input parts for this, and I should try adding in another one. Let's figure out how this would work. Yeah, because end to end, I don't think this is gonna work. Reading logs is for chumps, right? Just start over. Yeah. Just wipe it all out and start again. So this is done. I also need to restart the Azure process, but make sure that an artist can really just drop in images and have everything work. I have a feeling that it's going to break. So we're going to become artists for the next little bit. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to launch GIMP, and I'm going to be a super cool artist here. I'm going to draw the coolest bot image. So I just want to take a quick straw poll. I'm an expert artist, so you don't have to worry about which choice you pick. It's going to be fine. What should Adam draw? Head, torso, legs. You'll get to pick. And whatever gets to 4 votes the fastest wins. So we'll make a new image. Let's try to stick to the same size that we've already. Okay, head. All right, we're good. We don't need more of this. So you guys are in for a real treat. All right, I've been practicing, really honing my skills. We're gonna do a head that's about 150 by 150. It'll be a pretty good size. So let's do this. And now when you're starting to draw, what a lot of artists would tell you is to kind of sketch out the form that you have. So we're gonna kind of just get a good rough outline. Yeah, just sketch it in. There we go. Now what artists won't tell you is that all of your sketches should be done in the color yellow. Okay, there we go. And now the finishing touches. So there's a hidden option in GIMP where you can change your brush size. So this is simulating in real life, just grabbing a different paintbrush. And now we're going to, yep, okay, perfect. All right, good, yep. And masterful, truly excellent. All right, now let's give it some blue eyes. All right, great. And perhaps it's amazing. Okay, let's print it. So here is our bot headpiece. Now we're gonna go through the Zealous crop. Good. And just export the image. All right, wonderful. And we are in business. I knew he wasn't creative for a reason. Yep. 10-10 chance it's going to be a stick figure. That was not a stick figure. All right, let's put this in here now. Input adamh.png. Okay, so we've got this. I don't think we need to save this off. Let's save it as Adam H base. Actually, here's what I'll do. We'll just go into this folder. All right, so copy Adam H base.png. Then there's, what are the other ones called? Primary and secondary? Yeah. Primary and secondary. You forgot to make the background transparent? Ah, it doesn't matter. This thing's just definitely an Easter egg or special achievement. I mean, all it takes is like 1 or 2 people to get this, and then someone else to see this art and be like, what in the world is going on here? Okay, so we're gonna drop this into Dropbox and then just see what happens. In fact, what we should be able to do is find out exactly when this thing last ran. So let's scroll to the top here. So we have one of those showing on the screen. I'm gonna just drag all of these over here, and then we have to wait up to 45 seconds for that to finish working. So let's wait for it to say that it's downloading more files. Like I said, this can't take any longer than 45 seconds. And then I don't know what's going to happen. That's the problem. That's why I'm testing this. There it goes. It downloaded them, and it put new spreadsheets out, and perfect. So let's refresh the page and find out what happened. Here goes nothing. Okay, cool. So does my new headpiece show up? Of course not. Because the cosmetic data didn't have anything there. Adam H base. Oh, whoa, there it is. Oh, it's beautiful. It's amazing. What happened to it? Oh, there it is. It's underneath. All right. Just gotta scroll this up to the top. Perfect. Just a little bit lower. Okay, so when we randomize our bot images, we don't have this in here. Yeah, I gotta make it so that this thing works. Adam H base. Yeah. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Okay, so it kind of worked. I think the issue here is that the problem is that Adam H base didn't show up as an auto choose, as an, what is it called? Autocorrect choice? This is what the stream is defaulted to. You guys voted on this, all right? I drew the best thing. Plus, I did need to test this out. I mean, you saw, like, imagine if I was an artist in this case. I could just add these things and have the right file names for them and then use it in the tool. That is really powerful. The only problem is that this didn't show up exactly how it should. I should have the ability to use the new images. He's got that artistic tear. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'm just a lunatic who's laughing to himself. All right. Well, that worked. So let's test out the rest of this. Also, like I said, at some point I got to restart this whole Azure process. So let's see what's going on here. All resources. So I'll add a new VM. Search everything. Debian. Just click this. Create. Do you want to bail on Botland and help me? Of course. Cosmetics tool. Retrieving quota information failed. Is that what happened? Did I go over budget somehow? Oh man, how does this... Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Let me go into subscriptions. That actually would explain it. Maybe. No, would it? How do I see my billing on this thing? How do I see my billing? No idea how to do this. Oh, there we go. Left to cap. $147. No, I haven't gotten anywhere close to my cap then. Why did it say error retrieving quota information? Okay, let's try this again. So add, I'm going to do the same steps I just did, and we're going to see what that error message might mean. So create. And now what? Is it going to give me that error again? I see a loading thing right here. It's just not doing anything. That's weird. Oh, yep, there it goes. All right, so let's look up why this might happen. Just open up another browser window, I guess. Troubleshooting resource group deployment. Okay, I don't need a resource group. Let's just not use a resource group. How about that? Let's change this to classic and hit create. Does that work? Or do I still run into that issue? Host name. Host name is cosmetics tool. Username Adam. SSH public key. I gotta paste that in, sure, but let's pick all the other information now. D1 standard. Select. What's the price on this? It should be like 57. Yeah, okay. Select that. Network. Find resource group. Use an existing one. Okay. West US. Yeah, all the rest of this stuff looks fine. So we just need to paste in a public key. So let me go find that. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Alright, I'll paste this over here and just hit create. Okay, so it's in the process of creating now. We'll see how that goes. And hey, Ohori, thank you for following. By the way, I haven't been looking at OBS. Is the bot image scrolling across the screen still? Hopefully that's working. So I'm just waiting for this thing to start up. And then I also need to fix that problem with artwork not showing up with the right name. Okay, good. Thank you, everyone. I just want to make sure that not everything was broken. All right, so we'll come back to that. So this is the thing I gotta fix. And I know public key is supposed to be public, but still. Prevent. All right, let's run this. So if I just say run here. Cool. So it downloaded the 3 new images, and now on. Can I close out of some of this stuff? Yeah, I can. Good. Let me remove that inbound rule on the overseer. Actually, should I? I'll write it on my list of things to do. Remove the inbound rule from the overseer for my IP address. Okay, we'll just close that for now. Adam thanked me personally. Okay, so we just go to localhost 4000. We'll have the same thing happening here, which is that if I type Adam H base, we see the great artwork that I drew, but it doesn't show up by default in here. So I just need to figure out how to get that to happen. Let's figure this out. So where is this? This is infra code. We don't care about infra code. Yeah, let's close that. What we do care about is cosmetic main. This is happening in the client code. All right, so let's see. The autocomplete is based on get names of only base images, which is based on sprites, leg sprites. We have head sprites here. This is based on the sprite sheets that we get. So this is just not pulling in. Let's take a look. No, something's not adding up. Also, what's going on here? Ninja rocket parts cropped. Cropped? What? No. This is... Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Am I using the pixie wrapper from that? Yeah, I probably am. Okay, so then this is going to totally fail. But that's okay, because we can just comment all of this out. Done. I think... Maybe not. Probably not. Did I just break everything? No, I fixed everything. Look at that. All right, so we set these back to Adam H base. Good. Yeah, so let's put a breakpoint on that code that I saw earlier here. So it's in sprite sheets changed in main.js. So here, and it's called sprite sheets changed. So we'll just put a breakpoint right here. And I think this gets called when I refresh. Let's just see when it gets called. So that's once. Yeah, just once. Okay. So we just need to put a breakpoint there. Other streams. Yeah, EJ, speaking of other streams, can you stop using Dan's game? Because it came from another stream. I really appreciate that, thanks. All right, so head sprites. I gotta look through here. We have test.png, and this presumably contains the smiley face thing that I drew. Cosmetics combiner, downloaded images, good, that's fine. So that contains it, and then this should contain it as well. Yeah, there it is. Although something weird happened, right? It didn't download the color masks. Is that correct? Or do they just exist somewhere else? I think there was a problem here. Or maybe because they were all the same. Or, no, I don't know. And Thor, thanks for following. And hi. Okay, yeah, so I think there are a couple of things that are going wrong here. I don't see the smiley face image here twice, and I should, or 3 times. I should actually see it 3 times. I wonder if I named them wrong. Yeah, they're not there. Okay, let's figure it out. Atom H primary, secondary, and they load in based on that. Huh, but they didn't get packed into the spreadsheet. Maybe it determined that they were all the same image? Oh, actually, maybe that is the case. But then it would have outputted them differently, right? Do we have Atom H primary and secondary? Yeah. Oh, wow, that's actually really cool. The software found out that they're all the same image. So it put in separate entries here and they all just point to the same rectangle. That's a really, really good feature. Huh. Yeah, Superman, that is what's happening. That's cool. Okay, so then I don't need to worry about that. What I need to worry about is this, which is what is in the sprite data here. So we have Atom H base. Oh, right, nothing's telling it that it's a head image or a torso or feet, so it doesn't know where to go. So maybe we categorize it as all of those, just for the sake of this tool, because we can't tell what it is, or maybe we have the file name dictate what it is. We could just put it in all of them. Let's try that for now and just see what happens. So else no type was specified, so it's probably test art. So classify it as, no wait, we can't do that. Okay, here's what would happen if we did that. What would happen is that we'd randomize images such that, yeah, this will fail. So check this out. I mean, it won't fail, but it'll look really stupid. So now when we hit random, we'll eventually get that smiley face image as all of the different pieces. So now it is a leg, it is a torso. Wait, what's something weird is happening here? I don't know, whatever. But yeah, it's picking Atom H base for the leg and the torso. Yeah, so we can't do that. Okay, so there needs to be some way for us to specify this. Probably test art that hasn't been classified. Can I make BTTV emotes for my channel? I guess. But then when people use them and people who don't have BTTV will wonder what they are. Can Right Smith do that? Yeah, so in the case that it hasn't been, I guess we look for, there's got to be some kind of naming convention for this. Or maybe it shows you a picture on the screen. Okay, there are a couple of different things. So problem, art that the artist put in a Dropbox needs some metadata. the very least, this has to be whether a piece of art represents head slash torso slash legs. And in the future, they could just be animation frames, although I'm not too concerned about that. So solution number one could be when art is not recognized, pop up a dialog and just have a chooser that saves to local storage. Solution number two, when base it on the file name, e.g. hatomtest.png versus tatomtest.png. Atom a heart. Wait, how do I go about adding these? I don't know how to do that. Can you waste more of the project's money and have designers make Twitch emotes? Oh, emotes. Yeah, how does this work? Because if it's a simple thing that you guys can just go find a bunch of images and then I just have to add them, then that's fine. I don't expect this is manage.bettertv.net. Oh, log in with Twitch, upload an emote. Oh, wait 0 to 5 days for approval. Even for channel emotes? Look at that. Wait for approval. I guess because they're being hosted on their servers. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well. Also, what does profit link to? Oh. There's a limit of like 5. But this is gonna, wait, what is this better Twitch TV wide emotes or is it just on my channel? Like, who was responsible for uploading Vape Nation? I thought that was Ethan, right? Yeah, I need to. I don't know. They've got to be pretty good emotes if they're going to be like plug-in wide and not just my channel. All right, so is this a good solution though? When art's not recognized, pop up a dialog and just have a chooser that saves to local storage. And then if it doesn't show up in local storage, you've got to categorize them. Just for your channel? Global ones are done by BTTV. Okay. Okay, well, if you guys want to come up with emotes then, be my guest. That's fine. But if it's only 5, then I'd limit you guys to probably 4 of them in case I ever do actually want one for myself. Also, why do I feel like this is wrong? I think I want to do this. I think this will be kind of annoying though, because what will happen is I'll refresh the page and it'll pop up a dialog right away saying, I don't recognize this image. And it'll show you this image and you'll have a button that you can choose that says either head, torso, foot. And you have to do that for all of these. I guess you only have to do it once and I could probably make it a pretty quick UI. I want a badger or an owl. Yeah, that makes sense. You can remove them too. Oh, okay. Just use prefix and suffix to categorize the images. Well, the issue is that when this is one piece of metadata that I want. Head, torso, legs. There's other metadata that I might want. But yeah, no, I think this is fine. Doing something like this. We need Atom art for sure. My art is beautiful, guys. Okay, so let's try test art that hasn't been classified. You know what? Actually, I could do both of these. Solution number 3, solution number 1 plus solution number 2. The math checks out. So we can do both of these, but let's start with the easier one. So the format I've been using is checking right before the underscore. So I guess let's follow that same format, and it's data.id. So let's take a look. Set a breakpoint, refresh the page. What is data.id? Let's just set a breakpoint there. So data ID, yeah, okay, good. So const letter before, let's just do this up here. Not util.exist type. Okay. Try to glean the type from the file name. So let's do, you know, and if none of these work, we'll have to put an alert, I think. Alert. Data.id does not have a type specified. Oh, and there's no deleting from Dropbox, actually. If any of these files, I got to do that too, huh? If any files no longer exist, we got to delete them from the spreadsheet. I'm going to write that on the to-do list. If any files are deleted from Dropbox, they should be deleted in real life too. If you die in the matrix. Delete the image from Dropbox, and, or well, no, rename the image so that it follows the format name so that it follows the format of the rest of the images. I guess I'll just write that for now. So if we were to do just this, then when we restart the application, we'll see an alert pop up. There. Atom H base does not have a type specified. And yeah, same thing with primary and secondary. Then how did it get added to the head piece, actually? That didn't make any sense. How did that happen? Did I change that from an else to an else if? Nope. I didn't. That's pretty strange. It didn't have a type, so it didn't get auto-combined in that. Oh, that's how. Because you can put it anywhere you want. Yeah. How does this work? Yeah, that's how. So you could make you can make a body out of it. This too. Oh, it's ACJ or Adam's Code Journey. But points for trying, Remy. But when did I get started? I haven't been sharing that. It was a long time ago, though. If anyone makes an emote, let me know. I can talk tonight and probably get it approved quicker than the website says. Yeah, there is something I have saved on my hard drive that someone made a while ago. Let me see if I can find it. Where would this be saved? Oh yeah, this one. What a great picture. Ridiculous. All right, so in the case that we have this, let's just do const index of underscore data dot id dot index of data dot id. Put this here. Okay, and in that case, we just get the character before it. So we do const char before underscore equals id dot substring. And how does this work? So if I say a equals hello world and I want the second character, can I just do 2, 1? Yes. It's kind of strange though. No, I don't think that's correct. Ah, I knew it. This is start index, end index. So what I actually want is substir and then 2, 1 will give me L. Yes, there we go. So substir. So we do index of underscore minus 1, 1. Let's test this out. So if we said ID equals hello, or no, Adam H base, and then we did this stuff. Char before underscore is now H. Perfect. Okay, then we just say type equals that. And if it's still undefined, so yeah, if it's still undefined, then we can't really do much. But now refreshing this will know that it's a head piece, so it'll automatically show up in this list. There it is, we can use it. It doesn't have any coordinates set on it yet, so that would need to be done. Edit right now or riot. Wait, but there's still some cleanup that would need to be done on that image. I think he actually gave me 2 of them. Oh, I closed the folder. Let me go find it again. I don't know if I want to see that picture of me showing up like all the time people feel like using it, which is probably going to be a lot. Do I have this anywhere else? Wow. Yeah, okay, let's open this in GIMP. I don't want to edit a picture of my face. See, there's still some like... I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that now. If you ever see Smooth Dog again, send it to me and I'll clean it up. Alright, whatever. I guess you already have enough pictures of my face on the internet at this point, so it's not like adding one more is going to really cause any problems, right? There we go. Alright, it's online. So now you can go to share with others, adam.png. I think this should work. Yeah. There you go. What have I done? Alright, so this got automatically categorized. Does not have a type specified. I'll say, in the meantime, you can manually type out ID to use it as any piece. In fact, you could already do that with any of these pieces. If I said Ninja H base here, and then I change this to, actually let's do it this way. Yeah, like I could use this as though it's a torso. It would look super weird. Also, that's strange. It appears that it's changing. This one has the wrong color now. What if I set this to Ninja T base? Yeah, that works. So I can't have 2 different images of the same kind or else they get colorized wrong. That's actually almost definitely a major problem. Yeah, I think this is that issue I ran into first where I was trying to draw the same bot twice. Why does it even happen though? It's got to do with not cleaning the context. Alright, I might need to figure that out too. Well, that's kind of a minor problem. Don't worry, this is now top priority. Alright. So here, get sprite data. At some point I get the colorized sprites, right? Yeah, I do. And I check to see if it's already cached, and if so, I return that one. That might be what the problem is. Oh, I never thought of that. Maybe that is the issue. Cached sprite. If util exists, return that. Yeah, maybe that's what's happening here. Container. Generate render texture. All right, let me try putting a breakpoint there. Sprite sheet dict cached sprite. So if util.exist cached sprite, and that got hit immediately, it does exist, so we return that. And where did this come from? Compose bot tried getting the head sprite, and the head sprite is possibly one of the ones that's rendering incorrectly. Everything's been cached. Leg sprite base. Jeez, major base. The weird thing is all of these should be the same. Torso, like head sprite primary should be exactly the same as torso sprite primary at this point. It is. So then how did they not draw with the right colors? They're exactly the same. Oh, because one sprite can only have... Maybe I need to clone these? I'm not sure about this. But I think that's the image. The same child shows up multiple times in this thing. So it's only got the filter applied once. Yeah, I think that's a problem. So if I say head sprite primary, is there a clone? There's no clone. What is this? It's a pixie sprite, yeah. Copy? No. Huh. Maybe I just need to make a new sprite with the same texture. Maybe that would work. Permission to add in my face, yeah, sure. Okay, this is another thing that I didn't think about. So bug, if I'm using the same image, same sprite multiple times per bot, only one will be colorized because it's using, yeah. I think I need to use new sprites every time and just reuse textures. Because this could lead to problems if I'm ever trying to colorize, let's say, an explosion or something. Which means these shouldn't really be sprite containers. They should be texture containers, and I make a new sprite every time. Let's take a look at Pixie.js's code. In fact, let me get this Azure stuff out of the way right now. So cosmetics tool, is this the VM? Yeah, it is. Let's update the IP address. So we got to update it there, and I've got to update it on Debian1 vim ssh config. All right, so now we update pod host and paste that in there. And I would be able to run this, except for one thing. The remote user needs to be added. So that should work. Passphrase for the private key. Okay, cool. Do you want it black and white like a kappa, or keep the... You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I'd expect it to be lightweight too. Oh right, no, it doesn't exist on the machine. I just keep doing this. Something's wrong. I can't SSH in this machine. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I just need to clear the screen and then I can show you guys what I'm looking at. Great, we're done. So we need to install Node again and really all of this stuff. So let's write those down there, and then we'll also get the Node installation process. This. curl command not found. Okay, so I guess we have to start with this stuff then, huh? So sudo apt-get install -y, and then we just join all of these and put that there. Then we run these steps. That might take a while. Because then I can close out of this thing entirely. In fact, I'm gonna do that really fast. Let me just fix this up, and then does this have a security group? Yeah, if I just add this IP address, what's my IP? So name, Atom access, CIDR block, done, source port, done, destination port, done. Okay. I think we're good. Meanwhile, this is still installing stuff. It's on Git. Where did Git place itself here? It's 4th. Okay. So then it's vim unzip. Maybe they won't take very long. There's unzip. What else do we have here? Open SSH server and then build essential. Okay. Not bad. So that'll be finishing up. And then I just need to solve these problems. Let's take a look at Pixie.js Sprite. Source code here. Alright, so it makes a new point, sets a texture. Yeah, so sprites are really lightweight. So I should probably always return a clone of it. Why does it not just have clone though? Yeah, there's no way to copy a sprite easily. All I'd want to do is set the texture. I could add my own clone function, I guess. Is there a from sprite on here? No. From frame, from image. Yeah. Okay, so just got to do these other couple things now. All right. So in here, when I want to get any sprite, so there's get sprite here. This returns that particular one, not a copy of it. Because whenever I want to return this, get sprite, yeah. Whenever I want to return this, I want to return a copy. I don't think I should leave that up to the caller. I think that should be completely opaque. So I should be the one to do that. So we'll just write clone sprite here. Return new pixie.sprite, sprite.texture. That should be it. So whenever I get a sprite, I should clone it. Return this dot clone sprite sprite. I could leave it up to the caller to do that. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think this even, does it translate well into a smaller size? No, I don't think it would look good at a small size. Maybe the caller should be left to do this. Sprite Dictionary has clone sprite. It surfaces that. Yeah, because if you're gonna render it immediately, no, that doesn't matter. It gets batched. Okay, let's clone it no matter what for right now. Where else do we return sprite? Get color sprite. What is this? Oh, I see. So let's clone that too. This dot get sprite new name. But this dot get sprite returns a clone already. So no, this didn't need to be modified. Where else do we return these sprites? Here, cached. Return this dot clone sprite cached sprite. And then here we make a brand new one and then we cache it. And then we return the original though. I guess we should always return the cached version, or the copy version. And that's it. Those are all the sprite ones that we have. Okay, so let's try rerunning this code that I had exactly. It should perform basically the same as it did, but now when I specify that I want this head to appear here multiple times, it should hopefully be colored twice. Good, perfect. And if I specified it for the feet as well, then that should work. Yeah, great. Okay, that fixed that problem. Not that you'd ever want to do this for bots, but you would want to do this for, like I said, something like bullets or something. And if we ever colorized explosions based on the bot that blew up, you wouldn't want them all showing up in gray. Okay, so that bug is fixed. I'll write this down. Due to how sprites get drawn in batches, the filters will only apply to the last sprite that was drawn. I'll just say one sprite, one render call. If you, let me rethink this. So due to how sprites get drawn in batches, filters are only applied to a single copy of a sprite if you attempt to render the same sprite multiple times. In order to allow you to use a colorized sprite however you want, in order to allow a caller however they want, we clone all sprites returned from this class. So this is a pixie.sprite and it returns a pixie.sprite. Now let's see if the node installation is done. It is, so we should be able to run node. Good. We should be able to run git. Good. And let's just run script. No, that's a bad idea. Whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, let's rerun this. Paste in the key that we have here. And there. Now this will take 4 or 5 minutes, and then I'll be able to test whether everything works on Azure. So I think I've fixed the biggest issues here, right? Yeah, if any, oh, then this is the last thing to do. And then I feel like everything that I get done extra is just gravy. Both sized and formatted, ready for upload. Do you want both of them? Let's just take a straw poll. Also, what's the name of this? Adam Troll, apparently. Which version of Adam Troll should be made into an emote? Color version, grayscale version. There. Oh, you can't click this. You have to paste it in. Well, anyway, I'll show it on stream then. That way you can just vote. The only thing that's nice, well, so I'd probably vote on the color version, but the grayscale version, it's not as obvious that there's glare on my lenses. What are people voting for? Oh, great. What a perfect vote for a troll face. A tied vote. Color with a U is not an option. You got to pick color spelled the American way. Okay, people want the grayscale version. So I'll upload that later unless the vote changes. Upload one of these to Better Twitch TV. What was the site? Manage.bt? Yeah, there it is. Mike gave it to me. Okay. All right. Oh, and I might as well take the straw poll as well. So you guys can still vote on it. I'm not going to do this right now, so whatever the vote is at later, I'll probably take that. Go Team Gray. Alright, so these things are done. I'm assuming this is going to work on Azure. And once it's on Azure, the important thing then is, yeah, allow artists access by asking for their IP addresses. And then adding security rules for them. Thanks, Mike. You know, no one ever says that, Mike. Whoops. Jeez, I keep screwing that up. No one ever says that in this stream. Okay, so this part's fine. If any files are deleted from Dropbox, they should be deleted from the spreadsheet as well. This is going to be somewhat hard to test because I'm going to have to keep like re-uploading files. There you go. And you know what? I'll even give you a capital 1 amount of points. There. See? Look at how nice I am. I want your filthy points. Well, I don't want your filthy points. There, now we're even. Okay, so allow artists, yeah, that doesn't matter. This is what matters. So how am I going to do this? I guess if I list all of the images, so when I list all images in Dropbox, if I have them in my cache, but they're not in Dropbox, then I should delete the image file from my file system. Yeah, okay. I think that's good. Okay, so let's just code that. So where do we list all of the things? Yeah, here. And then what do you think about this? Anything that's in the cache that we hadn't detected already. So we could save this off. Const images not on Dropbox equals underscore dot keys this dot cache, because we don't care about the timestamp. So this is also, how does underscore dot keys work? Is that a copy or is it not a copy? If I click this, what does it do? I just gotta wait for it to scroll down. There it goes. All right, what does it say? Base keys. Here it's returning something that's been pushed. So base keys is probably native keys. Oh my goodness. Object.keys. All right, so JavaScript object.keys. Does this return a copy or what? It must be a copy if it's an array. Yeah. Also, this should have worked. Hey, let's check this out. So this is running in the cloud now. I guess the other one was too. This isn't good. What's really not good is for some reason, trying to run this on Azure, everything just stops working. It just doesn't even respond. Okay, well, I'm SSH'd into the machine. I guess I could just run BL deploy and figure out what happened here. Oh, you know what probably happened? It's probably working just fine, and I didn't set up the security rule correctly. That's very likely the case. Yeah. I think that's the most reasonable thing. Okay, fine. Let's try this out again. I don't know how I could have screwed this up, though. It's pretty straightforward. Oh, see you, Remy. Oh, you know what? It could have been that this thing manages its own. Okay, sorry. I gotta do this off screen for a sec. Network security group. I guess I edit it and then I make a new rule. What is this? How would so weird. Something allowed me to SSH in. I don't know what that something was, but I don't see any rules here. And then I go to edit this group and I can't do it. This is the worst. How am I supposed to do this then? Your unsaved edits will be discarded. Okay, great. I didn't have any edits. Inbound security rules. There it is. Atom access any 4000. Did I do this wrong? Is this running on port 4000? It probably is. Infra. Yeah, it's running on 4000. Wait, I could have verified that over here, right? Just curl localhost 4000. Yeah, it's definitely running. So it's just preventing my IP address from connecting. Strange. That means I must be configuring this wrong. Do you go to the gym, Adam, or do you just work out at home? It depends on the weather. So we have a gym in the apartment complex. And now that the weather's getting better, I don't mind going to the actual gym. Also, I guess it depends on the time of day. It's like super hard to get any space in the gym if you go normal times. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I wrote down notes about this a long time ago. There was this go to endpoints and click add. I think that's what I need to do here. Where is endpoints? Here it is. Yeah, all right. Yep, that was the problem. I see it. That was it. I'm glad I looked in this. So I can just set this now. So public port is 4000, private port 4000. Access control. Order name. So permit remote subnet values required. Sorry, this will only be another sec. Okay, now I should be allowed to join. Let's try it out. Can I? Can I? We should see a GET request over here. Ah, there it is, GET slash. That means that it started to work. And for some reason, it's just taking a very long time. I don't know why. How did working out help you? Sorry, I was reading the rest of the chat messages. I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. It helps in a lot of ways. I feel healthy. I feel like I'm actually making good use of my time. Okay, so I know what happened here. This is very weird. And it doesn't even make sense why I'm getting a GET request. This shouldn't even made it through. Oh no, that GET request was my curl. That's why. Okay, got it. I know what's happening. So it didn't add this. This is absolutely ridiculous. 4,000, 4,000. Failed the update. Unable to create virtual machine. Must be valid. The value specified was... What? It kicks you out of this window when you try typing this, and I can't show this on stream because it's got my IP address here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so if I have an IP address that's 1234, and I want to specify it in CIDR notation, I thought this alone was good enough. And there's even a check mark next to it saying that it's okay. Would I have to do like /0 on it or something, or /32? I put /32. What, is that just gonna work now? That's it? That's what it takes? I don't think so. Do you work out on a daily basis or sporadically? It's 3 times a week. Alright, I don't know why this isn't working. I set this up. I don't need to restart this service, I think. I do need to figure this out though, because if I can't add people to this, then... Oh, it says an update is in progress. You can change the configuration after it finishes. How long does this take? Okay, I guess let's just try it after a little bit longer. So if I do I have curl here? I do have curl. Okay, 139 blah blah blah. Yeah, we'll just have this run. So /L%G in 1000. Do this and sleep 1. So this should run in a loop. Ideally, it would eventually print out the HTML. That would be nice. Yeah, timed out. Well, let's give it some time. It might work at some point. In the meantime, let's figure this thing out. So I go into Node and I have an object that has A5B6, and I do object.keysA. Yeah. Now I save that off and I do B. Yeah, shouldn't matter. This work? No. Timed out. Just gonna time out a million times. Well, image is not on Dropbox or here, and then every time that I find something, we'll delete it from this array. Or maybe make them an object. How do I want to do this? Yeah, this is fine. So if the image is on Dropbox, even if it has a last modified, that stuff doesn't matter. So if, how do I save this? The cache has them saved by remote path. Yeah. But we need to know the local path too. There needs to be some way to get that from the remote path. And entry.path lower. Get local path from remote path. Do I even need to do that though? No, I don't need that. All right, hang on just a second. Is this working yet? No. Okay. Yeah, so I screwed something up. I don't know what, but I did. So we're still gonna have to figure this out at some point, restart the Azure process. I can't figure out how to allow outside traffic in, despite that I wrote a note on how to do this. Just use source port of star. The wait, what? No, oh, right, public port needs to be star. I think that's what I screwed up here. Okay, let's change this. Let's set this to star. Does that work? I really want to show you this UI to show you how ridiculous this is. Value must be a valid number. Okay, well, star is not a number, I guess, but maybe 1655535. Nope. Can private port be star? All right, let's look this up. Private ports on an Azure VM. Load balancer. I didn't know that. All your virtual machines can open outbound connections. For inbound, you need to explicitly open ports in the firewall. Instance input. Load balance traffic across virtual machines. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Floating IP address disabled as deny. Like, look at the SSH rule that they have defined here. They have a public port and private port. This is set exactly how I'd expect. And then they have no access control list set up. So I guess what this is going to do is it's going to allow traffic on 22 from anywhere, which is fine. That's great. But I want to deny everyone else except for myself, so I put an allow rule. Oh god. Alright, never mind. I made a really stupid mistake. Never mind. I chose deny instead of allow in the list. I think it's because I had to redo this UI like 4 times, and instead of just telling you there's an error, it boots you to the last screen, so you have to retype everything. And I think by the 3rd time I just stopped retyping stuff. So eventually this should succeed. Well, let's leave that open over there. What am I going to do with this then? There we go. Adam facepalm. Oh, look at that. It's working. Okay, so now when I refresh this page, we're good. Yeah, finally. That took long enough. All right, great. So then everything's up. This is fine too. Okay. And when I try accessing this from another, can you guys try hitting that URL? Ideally, it would show you nothing. And if it shows you nothing, then we're good. If it shows you this, then something's wrong. Okay, it doesn't work. Good. Cool. So I set this up. So I'm gonna write this down because the UI changed. So update. The UI changed slightly. Set a public/private. There is no source port any longer unless you're doing unless you're modifying a network security group. Instead, set a public port of say 80 and a private port of where your server is actually running, e.g. 3000. Then in the ACL below, you can do something like name Atom, action permit, remote subnet 1.2.3.4/32. Great. Hey, Orange, what do you call that symbol in his lower chest? An omega? Okay, so next, the only other thing I had to do here was, wait, what was it? Oh no. What have I forgotten? Oh yeah, that's right. I want to set this to 80. So public port of 80. Save. Okay, so it used to be that I could connect to this and type a port of 4000. Now I should be able to just connect to the IP address, and the browser will default to port 80, and that means we could just curl this actually. This will test this for us. So whenever that succeeds, we're fine. Okay, now in this case, so if we have, there we go, it's working. Perfect. So now an artist could just say, I want to test this out. They'd go to this URL. I could set up, what's it called? A Route 53 for this. In fact, let's do that. I don't want artists to have to memorize an IP address. So sign into the console, then Route 53. I clicked VPC and I said Route 53. What I meant to do is click Route 53 and say nothing. Hosted zone. Alright, so let's add a record set for art.bot.land. Value is this. Perfect. Great. Alright, so if I go to art.bot.land, eventually this will resolve. Oh wow, actually already resolved. So why can't I? That's strange. That is strange. How does NSLOOKUP know about this, but Chrome doesn't? Shouldn't they be using the same service underneath? I don't think it matters. I'll just try this in a bit. mc.bot.land, oh yeah. Alright. So this is done. Just try out art.bot.land and make sure it works. Chrome has its own DNS resolver? Interesting. So at some point this will work, but maybe Internet Explorer probably does not. Wow. Why is this dialog huge and it doesn't even fit? See, oh, you can zoom on the dialog. Wow, they didn't plan for that, did they? So you could just, I could have had this dialog. If I had fully zoomed in, I really literally would have seen just an IE logo inside this. And I would have been like, what am I supposed to do here? And you can't resize this. And you can't click IE. So you need to figure out, you can click the X, I guess. But you need to figure out that you'd zoomed in on a page. That's bad. That's really bad. I don't even want to choose this right now, so I would have clicked the X. No, don't care. All right, there. Good. So everything's working. And we have IE compatibility. Wow. Oh, hey, they put an X there. That's actually pretty nice. Wow. Actually, would be nice in Chrome to have that. Because then I could click these and select with just the mouse. Oh, but they don't let scroll bars work here. Okay, so it's a trade-off. And there are no spinners here either. That's weird. Yeah, weird. This stuff works fine though. Okay. All right, nice. So then this is fully done. Let's just work on this thing. Better than jQuery 2. All right. I don't think this is going to be terribly difficult to figure out how to do. So all I need to say is if util.exists last modified, meaning it's in the cache. Wait, do we not care? No, we don't care. We just do images not on Dropbox. Delete this remote path. So in order for me to delete this, this needs to be an object. So let's just make an object out of this .cache. Yeah, just clone the cache. Okay, Lodash probably has a way to do that. Yep, it does. All right, let's test it out. So we have this object A. If I do infra o node const ld equals require Lodash, and then I do a equals a5b6. Wait, how would I test this? Yeah. Then b equals ld.clone a. So now a and b look like they're the same, but when I change b equals 7, a should not be updated. Perfect. So I can use clone. So let's just clone the entire cache. Delete images on Dropbox, remote path. There. So anything that still exists by the end of this needs to be deleted. And that needs to be its own promise. So now delete any images that are still left in images not on Dropbox. If there's a depth, you need to do clone deep. Yeah, this is just a shallow object. So I don't think there should be any problem there. Did you ever try Factorio? No, I didn't. I've still just been playing Hearthstone and every free-to-play game I can find on Windows Phone. Market research, they are all almost terrible. I said that wrong. They're almost all terrible. There's one game I've been playing that I actually think is like decent on Windows Phone. I need to get rid of Windows Phone. I don't know why I still have one. Also, this game is probably not exclusive to Windows Phone. Yeah, Android App Store, iTunes. How many reviews does it have on these things? Is there a way to see how many downloads? Okay, they have 6,000 reviews on Android, and they have, I think they tell you how many customers they have on iOS. No. It's got 163 reviews on iPhone. Yeah. Snake. Temporary ether yesterday when I was joking about this. Alright, so let's just console.log all of these right now. So images not on Dropbox. So when I run this, we should see nothing. Let's see. Images not on Dropbox, yep. So when I remove an image from Dropbox, do I still have Dropbox open? No, I don't. Okay, well that's too bad. Let's go open Dropbox, I guess. Oh, almost just went to their website. You would have seen all of my folders. Actually, I only have 4 folders here. I guess it's not really such a big deal. In fact, I don't think I've uploaded a single picture to Dropbox. Boston City Flow. This is not me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I only have the sample images. Pensive parakeet. Yeah. Definitely not my picture. I have never played chess with a parakeet in my entire life. But these images, these I recognize. So let's delete these. I'm going to delete them here. And now, what should happen when I run this, it should say that there are 3 that have been deleted. Yep, perfect. So it can identify what's been deleted. Now we just need to delete them from the hard drive. No, I know, EJ. I was specifically not saying the name of the game. I don't like needless advertising, but I'll type it into chat. There you go. Yeah, if you actually play the game, let me know if you like it. It's just, I've played, so every time I see a game that looks at least like mildly interesting on the Windows Phone store, I'll download it. So I played now, I don't know, like 10 or 15 games, and I try to play them to completion, no matter how long that takes, because I think that that's a better way to judge the game. And they're just terrible. They're terrible. I played an Arkanoid clone. So for those of you who don't know, Arkanoid is a Breakout clone. So if you've played Breakout, then you already know. But yeah, I played a game like this, and this is great. This is a cool Breakout level. There are blocks that you can break. The game that I played, it had these unbreakable blocks, which I will denote with white here since it's very visible. And so they'd make levels that look like this, where it was basically a series of trick shots. You had to shoot the ball like directly here so that it bounced off of here and then all throughout here and whatever else. And it's just terrible level design. And I played a bunch of games like that. I don't know why I'm subjecting myself to them. I said I wanted to see how they take in money, where they do in-app purchases, whether I actually ever felt like I would want to spend money on the game to see how it would work for Botland. And it just, I don't know. I think they get money from people who are like, yeah, that's an annoying level. Let me pay for a power-up and it's $1. I don't want people that have to do that for Botland. If you want to spend money, then like spend money, yes. And ideally, yes, I would like money from you, but I want the game to be good. So let's delete all these images now. So for each keys, images not on Dropbox. So this is remote path. Ah, that's right. The cache doesn't have this. Right. So get local. This is why I started to write this. Or how about get local path from entry? I would have the local path there. I just don't know where these things were saved. Return this. And entry.name is the, oh, this isn't gonna work. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Or the cache needs to save the local path as well. I should probably just do that. Value timestamp. Yeah, I'll do that. I think that's a better idea. Slither has in-game purchases. When are you able to fit on one server? How many lines of JS are you up to now? I haven't downloaded. There's. Wait a second. I don't know if you saw this, Tembroya. Because you tried using a command that was only allowed for moderators. And then I made you a moderator, and then you never redid the command. So I wonder if you just didn't see it. It could be an IRC thing. Anyway, I can check that out if you're curious. Find out how many lines of JS I have. Yeah, it's clock, but I don't know if I have that. Alright, I've really slowed down with how I'm doing this stuff, so let's fix this up. The cache needs to be, values are going to be objects. Objects with two properties. With, I'll just say these properties, that way I don't need to update that word. String, so timestamp is a string, and local path, which is a string. The time, yeah. The path where the file was saved. That way we can delete it later. I don't need to write that. First time seeing Temporaya in chat? Wow. Temporaya's been in chat for, oh well, you probably know that he's at the top of the list, but yeah, he's usually idling in IRC. So this is an object of string to object. Okay, so now we need to fix up the entire cache. So let's take a look. And that means I do need to do a clone deep on this. Well, actually, no, it doesn't, does it? Because I'm just going to be deleting. No, let's just do a regular clone. So this dot cache remote path. That is not how this is going to work anymore. We'll get const cache entry equals this dot cache remote path, and then cache entry dot last modified. In fact, we could just do that. The timestamp. Yeah. Hey, Hydra. Okay, so we have this from the cache entry. Got it. Delete images not on Dropbox. That's good. And finally, since we don't need this anymore, local path is already set. We can just comment this out, I think. I'm not going to delete it yet. Then we go through each key that we have here, and instead of doing images not on Dropbox, actually, no, here's what we should do. We should just rerun this, and we should see. That's right, the cache doesn't have that information there. Darn it. I gotta, okay, then here's what we gotta do. We gotta put these images back on Dropbox. There, they've been uploaded there. Now I need to delete all of this, really. There, delete, done. Now we rerun this. Good. Then we wait for them to download. Good. Packed all the sprites. And now we should see in here, yeah, that's been downloaded again. And what's in the cache? That's not the cache. That was not a good idea. Download images cache. Yeah, that's a mistake. Let's delete this and try again. How did it even re-download them then? Cannot read property last modified of undefined. Oh, right, because, okay, yeah. So if not util.exist cache entry or, okay, let's run that. Util is not defined. Const util equals require botland util. Okay. Oh no, it's not. Well, I wasn't planning on it being temporary. Let me just. There's a way to update quotes. I don't remember what it is, so I can just go in and manually change it. So phantom bot quotes. Let's just take the new one. There. So now quote 37. Yeah, there we go. Jimmy2 says, is this running through an ES6 transpiler? Is there a reason why you're using require than the ES6 import syntax? So it's not running through a transpiler, and that's why I'm not using the import syntax. I started the project that way, and so a lot of my code actually does use that. That sounded like I just said something wrong. So if I go to, let's say here, for example, there's a lot of imports. This is full ES6. It was transpiled, but it was just so tedious. I have to run a whole bunch of extra watch programs. I don't like it. I don't think it's worth it. I gain a couple of nice ES6 features, and really I should just run Node with Harmony if I want to get those back. What's more important, getting food or paying rent? I mean, food is required to live. Paying rent is not required to live. So probably food. And yeah, no problem, Jimmy. Okay, so what did I do? Let's look at the cache again. Everything should hopefully be back to where it needs to be. No, this is still wrong. Saving it to the disk didn't work, or I'm not updating things correctly. It must be the latter. Okay, let's go check it out. This .cache. Okay, that's fine. This is wrong. Equals last modified, server modified, and then local path. Okay, so that's me saving to the cache. Now let's delete the cache again and try again. Local path, unexpected, I forgot a comma. Okay, let's wait for that to output here. Perfect, and here we have it. All right, so we got local path here. And because this is on Windows, there are backslashes. That should be fine. Although this part is... No, that's fine too. That's the Dropbox path. That's okay. Oh, what? $10 per week? Well, £10 per week. But crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. What did you eat? I'm guessing, what, like beans and rice? Is that the cheapest you could... Yeah, what did you eat? It's like $50. Is this something? Yeah, it auto converts it. $14. Either way, I mean, this is pretty crazy. That's $2 a day. I think that's very tough. So I just need to delete these images now. Let's try it out. If I go to Dropbox and I delete one of these, delete, yes, then it should recognize that it was deleted. Yep, there it is, and we have the local path, and now we can just delete the local path. So Node.js, remove a file. Lentils, beans, rice, cheap bread, and items from their juice section. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I've looked at, there's a subreddit for this. I forgot what it's called. Eat cheap and healthy, I think. And every once in a while, people would post how they planned their meals for the whole week and paid some very small amount of money. FS Unlink. It's a strange name. And I want this to be synchronous. I don't think Unlink is the name for this, though. Asynchronous Unlink. What is this? Delete a name and possibly the file it refers to. Interesting. So we can just do this. Cool, nice. Pretty much done. This can be synchronous too. So we don't need to, we don't need to do anything here. We can just do this. So image is not on Dropbox. This is now cache image descriptor. So fs.unlink sync image descriptor dot local path, and then we'll just put a console.log in here, deleting image descriptor dot local path. I'll just type it out this way. Local path. So deleting local path because it is not on Dropbox anymore. Okay, so let's just do this. Console.log, deleting images that are no longer on Dropbox. And that should only be done if the size num images not on Dropbox equals if this is greater than 0, then delete them. Now, there is one other thing, and that's this should probably just be dot delete images. And then everything should go into here. Yep, good. Okay, so delete images. So synchronous function that deletes images locally that are no longer on Dropbox. And we'll actually call this delete images locally. There we go. All right, looks good. So this is images not on Dropbox is an object whose, wait a second, what am I even doing here? This is wrong. For each, I need to iterate over the keys of this, or the values, not the keys. Does Windows have symlinks? It does, but it doesn't have a command called unlink as far as I know. Okay, an object whose values are some subset of this dot cache, and it returns nothing. All right, good. So let's try this out. So here's what should happen. Right now, I have in this folder 3 of these smiley face images, but I've deleted one from Dropbox. I deleted the Atom H base. So this particular image should get removed from my hard drive as soon as I run this again. Underscore for each is not defined. I forgot to put a dot there. Okay, well, it's gone. So in 40 seconds, it'll run again. Let's have it delete the other 2 things too. So I'm going to delete them from here, and that should propagate over to here. And like I said, it should happen in now about 30-ish seconds. I'm just going to wait. I could speed it up. I don't really want to. And if this works, then artists will be able to change out images that were named incorrectly, and everything will get reflected totally fine. So any second now. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I never deleted it from the cache, that's why. Aha. Okay, well that's why I tested this, found a bug. So whenever I delete these things from the cache, or whenever I delete these from here, I need to also remove them from the cache. This dot cache path, and then delete images locally. And then at the end of all this, we probably save it based on the number of images. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Number of images deleted. We need to know what that is. Yeah, okay. Total, so num images deleted equals 0. This is going to be equal to this. And then here, if this is greater than 0, or that's greater than 0, because we downloaded or deleted at least one file. And finally, delete images locally. We've got to remove them from the cache. So we can't just iterate over these, can we? We need the keys and the values. How do we do that? I think Lodash probably provides, in fact, I think just for each does this. Yeah, because it's a collection. So what do we do here? Function value comma key. Yeah, so we just do this. Image is not on Dropbox. So it's value, so the image descriptor first, and then the key is going to be the remote path. Then we do delete this dot cache remote path. Yeah. Okay, good. So let's try that. Let's do this exactly the same way as I'd done it the first time. So what we're going to do is we're going to put all of the images back on Dropbox, and then I'm going to do this step by step. So these are back on Dropbox now. Let's also change it from 45 seconds down to 15 seconds. So when I run this the first time, we'll see all three of the images exist there. Good. Now I'm going to delete just the base image from there. Delete, yes. And now what we should see is that the base image will be deleted in about 5 seconds. Okay, good. And now I'm going to remove the last two images, and this is where it failed last time and where I'm hoping it succeeds this time. Okay. Perfect. It's gone. And they should be gone from the cache as well. Yep, perfect. Okay, everything worked. And let's have it run one more time and say that it downloaded 0 images. It says what it's deleting too. If I have a Linux VM on there, yeah, I don't have the code on a Linux VM though, just the deployed code. Also, that wouldn't actually work the way that Clock works. The way Clock works is it actually differentiates between blank lines and JavaScript lines. I think it might even be smarter than that too. I think it knows comments as well. All right, anyway, this is working. That's it. That's all the stuff I just needed to get done with today. Let's check this in. And then probably redeploy. That's the last part of this. So this should be done. Redeploy the art tool. And I should probably maybe write a bit of documentation about the art tool and how it works. Yeah, I'll do that. And I know I'm going really slowly on all this stuff. I don't know, I lost energy or something. I don't know why I'm sluggish right now. Alright, so what do we have here? Clone sprite. That fixed a bug. So let's just write that here. Actually, 2 of these are bug fixes. So this is fixed a bug where I was trying to load images that no longer exist. That's bug fix number 1. Bug fix number 2 is this. Fixed a bug where attempting to use the same sprite more than once in a batched render would only apply a filter to a single sprite, meaning, e.g., if you tried using the same head graphic 3 times in a bot, which makes no sense. I don't need to write that. If you tried using the same head graphic 3 times in a bot, 2 of them would be grayscale. Atom art emote. Did you print screen the... I could have just uploaded this. Oh boy, Spurt man. Let me find the input image. I can upload that too. I don't know where the input image went. I had it here. Maybe I can Control Z in Dropbox. I know one place I can find it at least. Yeah, I found it. All right, just got to fix up these next couple things. So commit that. Good. Commit the last little bits of this. Botland util sounds good. This is another thing. We don't need this code. And I want to clean this up just a little bit more. Not main, what is it called? Images not on Dropbox. So keep track of any images that are in our cache that are no longer on Dropbox. That way we know what to delete later. Adam will call the monkey. Yes, you're definitely right. And hi, monkey. Thanks for following. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Yep, all this looks good. All right, so added a couple of features that will help artists use the cosmetics tool. So one is when images are deleted on Dropbox, they will be removed from the tool. That way artists can rename images or otherwise remove crop. And the second thing is when an image is added to Dropbox, there will be no metadata associated with it yet. Meaning the cosmetics tool won't even know whether it's a head or torso or legs. In this case, we will automatically determine which part of the body it is based on the character before the first underscore in the name. Sounds good. And yeah, that's done now. Okay, so redeploy it, and let's make sure that there's nothing else that's outstanding here. Good. All right, so BL deploy. Also, let's kill the AWS machine here. There's no reason for this to keep running. I don't even know if it is still running, but kill all. There we go. So we can mark that as done, and then remove the inbound rule. That I can do really fast. All right, let's just mark that as done. Terminate this, wait for gulp to finish here. Sign in, do this. I want to get all this stuff in working order. We can close out of these things. Good. And then where are the security groups? I think I can find them through EC2. Yep. So overseer. Okay, good. The deploy, the first step is finished. I need to just delete this rule that I'd added here. Done and save. Good. Cool. Let's check this in. Botland builds. Commit. So on everything except for those files. So yeah. Made the cosmetics tool more artist friendly. Okay. Now let's redeploy. Prod host should contain, yep, that is correct. We run this. Good. We get the passphrase. All right. We're in business. Oh, except for that the cache is going to be wrong. Whoop. Well, let's fix that. So let's go into Botland builds, ls, tools, cosmetics combiner, downloaded images, rm cache.json. Perfect. Well, not really. rm star. Perfect. Now let's hope that this didn't start. Good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, close out of this, this, and this. And Jimmy, an official Keisha N. Thank you for following. You guys might get whispers from Botlad. If you do, click it, mess around, you'll have fun. Consider it a game, although it's not a game. All right, we're almost done here. Perfect. All right, so now if I go to art.bot.land, should work. Good. So we're in good shape. Now let's try adding in those images again. Not like this matters. So I'm going to drag these over to here. Now the only issue is that I guess artists won't know when these images are actually picked up. Like, I might do that and then I refresh the page and I say, okay, let me try using it now, and it's not in this list because it's every 45 seconds that this happens. So I just need to keep refreshing the page and wait for that thing to show up there. That is pretty tedious. I mean, I don't have to do that. I can do it this way because I actually control this. And it just said done packing sprite, so it must be finished now. Yep, there it is. So there's the new graphic I added in. And we can position this exactly where we need it to be. Then they can tell me those numbers if they want, or just try things out, or randomize this. It's a pretty good system. I mean, this is obviously terrible artwork. Sorry, it's not terrible. It's pretty good artwork. And when I randomize it, like it fits. You can even colorize it. Wait, no, you can't. Oh, you actually can. Wow. It works. Can we access this page? No, fortunately. And the part of the reason why is because there's going to be a lot of cool artwork that loads on this page. And if you guys could access it, then you could see the artwork before it's released. It's not such a big deal, but that's it. Hey there, Mr. Banks. You'll probably end up... I want to show you guys the artwork as we get it, but just not the test artwork. I want you guys to see sort of the final stuff. Okay. I know which IP to spoof to get in. I mean, even if people spoofed the IP, that's fine. Like I said, it's just the artwork. And right now there's really nothing there. And I even made sure, this is the whole reason why I minified the code, in case you guys were curious. It's not so that the artist didn't have the code, so that the public doesn't have the code. So if you go to bundle.min.js, like, here it is. All right. So I'm totally happy at this point. I'm not going to end the stream because I think there's still so much work to be done that I might as well do at least a little bit of it. I'll probably end it in about an hour. And then tomorrow get back to infrastructure stuff, which will be a very, very different day from today. I'm hoping it'll be a good day because the last time I worked on infrastructure stuff was the weekend in order to recoup from the losses on Friday. So, redeploy, done. Write a bit of documentation about the art tool and how it works. You included a source map, did I? I shouldn't have. Botland builds, tools, cosmetics combiner, dist. No, there's no source map there. Shouldn't be. Mr. Banks, I can tell you how I did it, although manipulating it with an SVG is very different. I think paths in SVG have a color associated with them. What was I even going to look up? Oh yeah, whether there was a source map there. There shouldn't be. It says source map detected. Oh, it says source map detected because there's a file, but I don't actually have the file. Yeah. This comment is still there, but I just never upload it. Okay, right. Going to grab this as my new laptop. What is this? Oh, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Oh my God, that's like $80,000. What is this? Where are the specs? Where are the specs? Features and design. No. All right, I don't know. Let me load that page again. Maybe it was just right at the bottom. But no, I don't want to private feedback. Oh, you have to pick. I see. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. I bought a laptop for Oh, I don't even remember how much actually. But I didn't pay a whole lot, but I did not have a solid state drive. But everything else was about the same. It might have been refurbished too. And actually, this is probably a much nicer looking laptop, and thinner and lighter and whatever else. You scrolled right past the specs. Yeah, it was. I thought it would just be a single set of specs, but it was one of those, you can pay more money and get better specs. So write documentation. Let's do that. So I have the monetization guide. We'll just save this as cosmeticstool.mdown. Botlan cosmetics tool. So, what people need to know. Location. Actually, I'll write getting access. Send your IP address to Adam. So send your IP address to Adam or Jason, and Adam will add you to the list of allowed people. Then navigate to http art.bot.lan. Great. So let's just start with that and build this page and load it in the browser. Cosmetic stool. I think I should rename this file. No, actually, I find that funny. Let's leave it as is. Oh. Adam, I am an artist. How do I get my IP address? Yeah, okay, I can link that page. I just got to make sure to do this off screen. So what's my IP? I want to include a let me Google that for you link instead of just the results to what's my IP address on Google. I guess I'll just link to this. Send your IP address. So how do you do links in Markdown? Is this how? Yeah. And now I just got to not load that on this same. Let me just turn off my monitor for a second. There. Yeah, okay, good. Whew. Remember, when you're finished hacking, don't forget to turn off your monitor. How old are you, dude? I don't know, guy. How old are you? No, I don't answer that question. You can guess all you want, though. So I can't get rid of the history there, can I? I guess I just need to reload this. There we go. Okay, so getting access. Send your IP address to Adam or Jason, and Adam will add you. Then Adam will add you to the list of allowed people. Let's make this a bulleted list. What am I doing? Why did I forget how to use the English language? Yeah, that's fine. I'll just leave that as is. I think that's fine. Hey, Programmer D. Is AFK? Did you already explain anything? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, man, I totally forgot, too. How unprofessional of me. Okay, so here is what question you asked. How does the coloring of the image work? Are you actually editing the PNG files? So I'll explain this pretty quickly, I think. Probably about a minute. So each particular piece on a bot, like the head, for example, is 3 images. There's a base, and any colors in here are going to be preserved in the final image. So looking at this part, you see how there's these yellow circles? They will be preserved. Then there's a primary color scheme here. So you can see this is just grayscale, and there's a secondary color scheme, and this is also just grayscale. When you load up the tool, what happens is it will combine all 3 images in this way. It'll just put the base there directly. It'll color the grayscale image with the primary color. So there's the, where is it? Let me show you this. What happened to those images? Here we go. Okay, so primary color. See how it's mostly the sort of the cloth parts of this bot? So when I change the primary color over here, it's going to affect those. And all it's doing is it's applying this shader to everything. This is a really simple shader. I will delete all of the commented lines and you'll see that it's simpler than it looks. There. And then let's get rid of all of these. So this is the entire shader. It fits on one screen. All I do is I'm applying the formula that I found in the Wikipedia page for overlay. Wikipedia, Photoshop, overlay, blend modes, overlay. Yeah, it's just this formula. And that's it. And I think I even applied it wrong. So I have something better to do here. I think I swapped the two images. But it doesn't look terrible right now, and this was just for the sake of prototyping, so I can always switch it around. That should be fine. But in the end, I think it looks pretty good. Like I said, I think since I swapped the formula, this looks a little bit washed out. You can see how, yeah, it just looks washed out. And you can just use darker colors to make it not look so bad, but then it loses the saturation. So I got to fix that. Anyway, hopefully that explains everything. Let me know if it doesn't. Okay, so getting access. So then using the tool. So using the tool, I guess I should probably put a picture here. I don't really feel like it. Yeah. So say choosing bot parts. If you delete the text from head/torso/leg, the input becomes an autocomplete of all available parts. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think I should even write this stuff down here. I think what I should just say is uploading images. Uploading images. I've got to give people access to this folder, actually. I'm not sure how to do that. Give artists access to the Botland tool folder. So I guess this is the URL, but I don't know how to share this URL with them. So put images in Dropbox here. Link to come. Oh no, it's not a CSS trick. And like I said, I think the way that SVGs are saved, it's a bunch of, so it's scalable vector graphics, so it's a bunch of different paths, and then I'm pretty sure the colors are saved directly into the paths. I don't know if that's true. Coloring SVG image. Well, yeah, they seem to be able to change this. So maybe, yeah, I guess you can just use this then, huh? I don't know. Or maybe there's some trick going on here. I'm not sure. I thought the paths had colors along with them. But I don't know how easy it's going to be. I wrote the same thing. So I'm using a shader for this, but let me show you, if I even can show you this. Let me show you this. I gotta load this off screen for a sec. HTTPS localhost color picker. Okay. There we go. All right, yeah, I think I can show you this then. Yeah, so this is what I've written for the prototype of the game. And this actually went through pixel by pixel and did pretty much the same algorithm, but it was much slower because this is all using Canvas. So it's the same basic algorithm, like I said. And yeah. So I don't know what kind of thing you're aiming for. Since I was aiming for a game, it was totally fine for me to spend a bunch of time colorizing these and then use them later quickly. But I couldn't dynamically color them. So if I wanted to put like a flash of light on these machines, I could have done something like this and then scaled it back down to what it used to be. But that would be way too slow at runtime. So that was out of the question for me. Link to come with the following format. So it should be name, type, underscore, mask .png. This is going to be super confusing. A naming scheme that represents both where on the bot the part will be and which color mask it is. For example, if I am uploading a headpiece, I may name it dragon h base.png. You may only have a headpiece. I need to create dragon h base, dragon h primary, and dragon h secondary. I really should make this help a lot better at some point, but I think I'll end up just talking to the artist directly. And Hit by Crime, thanks for following. This Rift finally dies. I'll be completely void of all attachment to Windows only game. Reason you use SVG is it still looks good when you zoom in with the browser. Yeah. So you can spend as much time as you want ahead of time, because you could always show the icon just not colorized, and whenever the asynchronous process to colorize them is done, you can show the colorized version. Granted, that's a little harder for you to do, I guess. And you might want to just apply CSS tricks and not JavaScript to it. It's not a super easy process, I'll say that. It's straightforward enough, but then coding it, there are all these little annoyances with it. The best way to figure out how to name things is to just look at the other files in Dropbox. In fact, let's just put this here. All available parts. After choosing this, you need to press the update button to get the correct coordinates in each input. None of this is going to make any sense. I don't know why I'm typing any of this. I'll do this later. Yeah. I'll do this later. This is not a good idea. Hey, Phil. Adam, are you going to leave your Adam art in the Dropbox for the artist to see? I don't want them to be too intimidated, so probably I'll take it out. So this is stuff I've got to do after the stream. So I'm going to cancel this. I'll do this once things are more solid. For now, the tool is unfinished, and it's not worth writing documentation for. Maybe give them inspiration. All right, we're in good shape. There's something that's missing here. The color red. This. Aha. Add colors to sprite sheet packer so the errors show in red or stop execution. I don't know. Merge master into the branch that I'm working in. Figure out whether it's really worth it to have a totally custom render for the arena. Do you use Git in GitHub? I use Git. I don't really use GitHub. So let me close out of some of these things that I have over here. There we go. Okay, I don't need to be connected here any longer. I haven't made any code changes. I think we can close out of these things too if I need. To be honest, I think what I might end up doing now is just upgrading Phantom Bot. I don't know. That's not the kind of thing I should really be showing on stream though, huh? I'm debating right now between, like, I don't want to, okay, so tomorrow what's going to happen is back to infrastructure stuff. So I could either start taking a look at that now. So right now is a big question mark. So either start with tomorrow's tasks. And then, I mean, like the art tool is good enough for right now. So it's either start with tomorrow's tasks or find some other miscellaneous task to do, or end the stream and do all of these like specifically off-stream tasks. I'm not sure. This is not me rage quitting at this point. I'm like totally fine with continuing. Let me look at the infrastructure stuff. Cut setup logging mostly out of the equation. Console loggers should print there. Yeah. Specify environment variables. The child process right before working. I think I want to do this tomorrow. I just don't want to get started with this today and then half an hour from now say, okay, well, I got one item finished. Yeah, I think I am going to get going. I'm going to upgrade Phantom Bot. That way tomorrow everything's back to normal. The stream is set again. I don't know. So for what do you use Git if not for GitHub? I'm noobs in Git, so sorry. Oh, so Phil, Git is just the name of the technology, a repository. GitHub is a place where a lot of those repositories happen to be stored. So I use something called Bitbucket. Bitbucket is something that is pretty much equal to GitHub. It's pretty much the same thing. The big difference is that they have private repositories for free on Bitbucket, whereas on GitHub you have to pay like $7 a month for it. So, but both of them are just Git hosts, Git repository hosts. They're both these. It's a hub of Git repos. Hey, Voice of Grog. Huh. You only type one message today, and it's PJ Salt. More like calm quit than rage quit. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm not like frustrated or something right now. It's just, I don't think it's worth starting a new task on stream, and off stream I can get done with tasks that I really need to do. So let's go host. Yeah, let's host Chronic Sauce. That's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, I'll be online tomorrow, and I'll be working back on infrastructure tomorrow. So if you like DevOps stuff, then definitely watch tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching today, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Take care.